good afternoon, and welcome to Waves TV's coverage of the Trinidad and Tobago National Championships. It's the biggest event locally here in Trinidad and Tobago track and field circuit. Of course, the athletes are not only looking to be crowned national champions in the various events, but they of course will be looking to book their tickets to Paris and Peru for the Olympic Games and the World Junior Championships. What we'll do, we'll take you to the main commentary team as we go through day one of the National Championships.
Supposed to, yeah, okay. Yeah, okay, yeah, we can do that. Yeah. exactly. So there's a lot of positives to having social media because a lot of athletes actually live stream or go live on their personal accounts and film a race for everybody else to see who may not even have access to it via online or whatever the case is. And then we're watching somebody meets from Europe or even in USA and it's blocked because we cannot see it in our region, that kind of thing. So I totally understand the whole expression of using the opportunity to see different things and do different things and where we may not where under normal circumstances we may not have that ability to go back and see how things were or whatever the case may see like you could review races and then everybody and their mother posting everything online right now so you could be like oh so this 15-year-old African runner world record in this event or whatever the case is. Well, yeah. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Yeah. Yeah, because we don't get to see. Big, a bit bigger. Yes. Yeah. 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 So yeah. Yes. Slightly. Okay, we'll come here. This it could stay like from here to the corner. Yeah. So you could run. What? Who's doing the announcing?
ATT National Junior and Senior Championships right here at the Hazley Crawford Stadium. This is the road to Paris, and I'm joined by my lovely co-host, Ayana Hutchinson Hutton, a four-time Britain. I'm sorry. A four-time national champion right here in Trinidad and Tobago. So what's the expectations for this weekend? You see we have a lineup on the field right now, which is the girls under 17 400-meter dash.
It's a really privilege to be here, and I'm glad to actually sit in the media booth to watch this meet on a different level. Normally I'm down with the crowd, so no, it's a different kind of vibe, so I'm enjoying
Yes.
myself today, so it's really good to be here. First up on the track, we actually have the girls under 17 400-meter dash. This is the first heat. We have, it looks good, we have a full heat here today. We have from Miss Kenia Abrams, she's unattached. In lane 3, we have Kamaya Jack, she is from RSS Phoenix. From lane 4, we have Kaya Hyson from FAD. Alika Bailey is in lane 5 from One a Week. Melina Patrick in lane 6 from Cougars. Maya Phillip in lane 7 from Genesis. And in lane 8, Desiree Campbell from Faizabad.
All right, so again, this is the girls under 17 400-meter dash. You all will be seeing junior and senior athletes all trying and vying to make a national team to represent Trinidad and Tobago. Yana, you said the Olympic Games, and there's also...
Yes, they also have the World Under 20 Championships this year. So the World Athletics have their Under 20 Championships this year, in addition to having the Olympic Games in Paris.
Okay. So we look forward to seeing some exceptional times.
First up, 5 heats.
And they're off to a pretty good start. Our athletes in lane 4. That's Hyson of FAD with an early lead. As she heads down the back stretch. She looks pretty comfortable. Also going pretty well is Campbell out there in lane 8. But Kaya Hyson is looking pretty well as she comes to the 150-meter mark. And she has pulled. She is pulling away from the field. Coming to the 100-meter mark. She's looking very comfortable. On the outside, we have Desiree Campbell. But it will be Kaya Hyson coming in very strong. Just about 20 meters again to go. And that's Kaya Hyson. And in lane 5, that's Anika Bailey taking over from Desiree Campbell for second and Desiree for third. Oh yeah, definitely.
Kaya Hyson, your winner in this heat with a time of 56:33. Not quite the standard, but she is definitely on her way. She ran that race with purpose. She was out on the field, stuck to her race plan, and she did what she was supposed to do and won her heat.
She most definitely ran that like a pro. Like I could see just from the way she started the race, and she was comfortable in the backstretch, and she actually kept her momentum, which was really exceptional to see for a young athlete doing really well. So that was heat 1. So that's heat 1 of 5. We're heading to heat number 2 of the girls under 17 400-meter dash.
Replay.
So we have Kaya Hyson coming in pretty strong. Really easy run here for her. On the line is the heat 2 of 5. In lane 1, we have Dejani Kohler of Nova Jets. In lane 2, it's Azaria Lahi of Abilene Wildcats. In lane 3, it's Kate Crawford running unattached. Lane 4, Janissa Alambi of Memphis. And lane 5, Lakeisha Robley of IG Fastlane. In lane 6 is Jada Jones of Cougars. In lane 7, Destiny Bartholomew of Point 14 New Jets. And in lane 8, it's Tatiana Scotland representing the RSS Phoenix. Once again, this is heat 2 of the girls under 17 400-meter dash.
And they are off, even start across the field. And then we have movement on lane 7 from Point 14 New Jets. That is Destiny Bartholomew making the stagger up on the field, and she is followed by Jada Jones at Cougars. IG Fast Lane, Lakeisha Robley is also making up the stagger. And Janissa Alambi. And those are your top 3. Memphis. Janissa Albi from Memphis taking control of the field all the way down to the last 100 meters. It's literally a 3-man race at this moment. But your leader in this event is Janissa Alambi, Memphis Pioneers, followed by the athlete from Cougars and then the athlete from RSS Phoenix.
That was a pretty impressive run there by Janissa Alambi. It was pretty unpredictable coming from the back stretch, but excellent run, excellent execution coming out from Janissa Alambis for the win. As you can see her here, coming very strong. Her knees pumping.
She has excellent technique. Courage is very important when it comes to the 400 meters because basically your legs are short at this point. So you have to rely on your arms to help you through the race. And she did a wonderful job at keeping her form all the way to the finish line.
You know that is a lactic zone. We will be moving on to heat 3 of 5 of girls under 17 400 meter dash. If you're not joining us, this is the entry ATT NGC National Junior and Senior Championships right here at the Hazel Crawford Senior. We have the girls under 17 400 meter dash on the way, and simultaneously is the girls under 17 triple jump.
And on track we have heat 3 of 5 in these preliminary 400 meter dash for the girls under 17. And we have full 8 athletes in this event. Sorry, 7 athletes because we have nobody in lane 1. So we are looking at Lurian Kurikshank from Saparia Athletics. We have the athletes are all ready, awaiting starters orders, and we seem to have 1 or 2 athletes missing. There's nobody in lane 1 and nobody in lane 4, and lane 4 is supposed to be unattached from Derliana Roos, unattached athlete. She is missing. And in lane 1 we're supposed to have Amy Gray from Burnley, and she's also not there. But we have her teammate Nicolette Fraser in lane 7. So we have Kurikshank from Sapari Athletics, King from Memphis. We have Tobias from IG Fast Lane, Charlene Phillip from Memphis, Nicolette Fraser from Burnley, and Alicia King from Mercury.
The athletes take their mark. Excellent weather for 400 hours.
Yes, indeed. Not too hot. It's not raining. We love this overcast this type weather. Perfect.
And they're off. Excellent start, lane 5. That should be Tobias, IG Fast Lane. And she is pulling the start. As they head to the back stretch, she's pulling away from the field. Our athletes of Burnley Fraser are looking pretty well as well. As they come to the 200 meter mark. It's Tobias holding the lead and holding strong. Coming around towards the 100 meter mark. It's Janaya Tobias of IG Fast Lane, and she's holding on. You can see the pain, the agony in her face. And she's being challenged by Charlene Phillip of Memphis. Charlene Phillip is taking over, and she is heading to the finish line. So that's Charlene Phillip of Memphis Fires, followed by Janaya Tobias of IG Fast Lane. 1-2. So this was a race where you could have actually seen.
Yes, you actually saw Miss Tobias from IG Fast Lane grabbing those legs. 400 is a very difficult event if you do not know how to pace yourself. If you cannot run full pace or full speed for the first part of the race, but say we coming on to the last part of the race, same thing I was talking about in the earlier heat, using your arms to bring you through. You can tell the athlete from IG Fast Lane is totally tired, just barely making it across the line. And the athlete from the Memphis athlete was actually doing a very good job at maintaining form, and that last 100, that's all you need to focus on, just maintaining your form all the way through, because the athlete from IG almost didn't get past. She didn't get, the Memphis athlete didn't overtake her until she got to the last home stretch. And that's where it's important to use your arms and carry you through the line. So she did a wonderful job. The other athlete just basically got outran, but she also did a commendable job as well. Yes. Yeah. Exactly. Exactly. And yeah, and remember, it's also about wrongs. So when you qualify, when they're looking for the top person in each heat and then the next best times, it's very important you know how to pace yourself through these wrongs, because you also have, most likely in this case, it'll probably just heats and finals. There may be no semi-finals for these junior athletes. So it's really important that you pace yourself. You don't want to totally tire yourself out during the heats and have nothing left for those finals.
We move on to heat number 4 and 5. Girls under 17 400 meters dash. Only one is Angelicia Junior of Mobile Jets. And lane 2 is Shanique Grimshaw of Zenith Athletics. And lane 3 is Nubian Bosha of Mason Hall. And lane 4 is Zaria Pascal of Derby. And lane 5 is Victoria Ned of Lions Athletics. And lane 6 Denicia Fletcher of Zenith Athletics. In lane 7, Kimora Young of Abilene Wildcats. And in lane 8, it's Andrea Sylvester of Nova Jets.
Even start, but we see the athletes from Abilene Wildcats, Miss Kimora Young, take an early lead. 300 meters to go, and they are heading down the backstretch, and she is easy in her carriage all the way down the backstretch, taking the rest of the race up with her. Derby, the progressive athlete. Zaria Pascal is their leader at this moment, followed by Denisa Fletcher from Zenith Athletics. Zenith Athletics, your winner.
Excellent run by Pascal. That's exactly what we were talking about with pacing.
Yeah.
She actually executed an exceptional race, relaxing on the backstretch, and then she actually kicked off as she came to the 200 meter mark and took over the field. Because in the lead we had Kimora Young.
Yeah.
She was more dominant, and that was an excellent run by Zaria Pascal of Derby.
And you could tell, look at her form the last part of the race. There's completely different version of the previous heat. So she basically knew exactly how to carry herself through this race, exactly how to pace herself, and she had a really, really strong finish.
So that's Zenith athletes on the field. Zenith with their global uniform. This will be the final heat. This is heat 5 of the girls under 17 400 meter dash. I'll hand you over to Ayana for the lane assignments.
All right, from what we understand, we have a full heat. Nobody's in lane 1, but we have Kelly Kerr from RSS Phoenix in lane 2. Naaatt Thompson from in lane 3 from Mercury. Kajia Stewart from Zenith Athletics. In lane number 5, we have Tisha Russell from Cougars. In lane number 6, Jaden Joseph from Abilene Whitecaps. Miss Keisha Adams is in lane 7 from Memphis, and in lane 8, Anastasia Gibbs from RSS Phoenix. We're probably looking at Tashia Russell and Jaden Joseph from Cougars and Abilene, respectively, to be your ones to watch in this heat. A little bit of sun peeking through the clouds. We could deal with a little bit of sun. We know not too much. This is perfect weather. And they're under starters orders. 5th and final heat of the girls under 17 400 meter dash.
And they're off. Pretty even start there for the athletes. Coming into the back stretch. We have our athlete from Zenith taking up the stagger. That's Ogia Stewart coming up to the 200 meter. A bit of a bundle as they come to the 150 mark. Stewart is pulling away from the field. Pulling away from the field as she heads to the 100 meter mark. That's Stewart. Thompson behind. Stewart holding strong. But there's Abilene Wildcats. Joseph with a good challenge, but does she have what it takes? She doesn't. That's Stewart of Zenith Athletics for the win. And that's the final heat of the girls under 17 400 meter dash. An exceptional run there by Ojaya Stewart of Zenith Athletics. We await the times.
And you see her, look at her form coming on. She's actually looking around to making sure she's not being challenged, probably taking her time and kind of shutting things down a bit, making sure she's conserving enough energy for the next round. But you see the athlete from the athlete from Memphis giving her a really good challenge on the outside. That's Abilene, yeah. She probably just ran out of real estate. If it was like 440 meters, she would have probably caught her, but it's a 400 meters, but it was really, really good, and it looks promising that these athletes are doing just enough, and they're understanding their event at this junior level, what it takes in order to get it to the next level, or what it takes to get to a final. So I'm really impressed with some of their performances and the way they're actually running their event and doing enough just to make it through to the rounds. And when you get to the finals, is everything out on the track.
That was in heat 4.
Right. Yes.
She did really well. It was really controlled. So we are moving on to the boys events now. This is the boys under 17 400 meter dash. If you are just tuning in, this is the NGC Entry ATT National Junior and Senior Championships right here at the Heasley Crawford Stadium. And of course, this is the road to Paris 2024. Jump as well.
Triple jump.
On the field is the boys under 17 400 meter dash. This is heat 1 of 6. In lane 2, we have Matheson Jones of Phoenix Athletics. Lane 3, Javon Moses of Stallion. In lane 4, Zachary Frank of Memphis. In lane 5, Corday Lewis of OAW. In lane 6 is Kelson Peters of Burnley. In lane 7 is Jamil Semper of Apollosa. And in lane 8, it's Jaden Latipi Hossain of Fatima College. And they are off.
Only 5 athletes in this event.
Excellent start there by Peters of Burnley. Looking pretty well down the back stretch. And he's being challenged by Lewis of OAW. OAW taking over as he heads to the 200 meter mark. Looking pretty well, coming around the bend. It's Lewis, Corday Lewis. But look at the outside.
Zachary.
It's a good challenge here by the athlete of Memphis Pioneers, Zachary Frank. Zachary pulling away from the field with just about 30 meters to go. Zachary looking back there and easing up on the line. That's Zachary Frank of Memphis, followed by Corday Lewis of OAW. Excellent one there.
Yeah, Corday Lewis from Week did actually a really good job for the first 300 meters. Did enough, maintain his tempo, running an even pace race coming down. But he was just challenged a little bit by the Memphis athlete, Miss Zachary Frank, and these athletes are looking around doing just enough to qualify. And I think in some cases this might hamper rather than, help the athletes in this case. You want to run an even race. You also want to run a smart race because you don't want to be shutting down so fast that you deny yourself a qualifying standard.
And also lane assignment. To try to run a good time so that you can find out what it is,
Yeah, so you're going to see a lot of that, and that's unfortunate, but that's the reality of the nature of track and field. So, but those two athletes, the boy athletes from Memphis and Week ran really exceptional races. That's triple jump. He too? Okay. And they're on the line for the second heat of 6 preliminary rounds. In lane 2, we have Jaden James of Mobile Jets. Lane 3, Isaiah Cato from Zenith Athletics. In lane 3, we have Cameron Mathlin from South City. Darian Whiteman is in lane 5 from RSX Phoenix. Josiah Hunt in lane 6 from Abilene Wildcats. Isaiah John from Burnley Athletics is in lane 7. And in lane 8, we have Kyle Allen from Neon Wolves. They are all under starters orders. Have Josiah Hunt taking over. Then you have the athlete from Neon Wolves now coming through. No, that's Darian Whiteman from RSS Phoenix. I'm sorry, apologies. Mathlin from South City bringing them in. Followed by the RSS Whiteman on RSS Phoenix. Whiteman in lane 5. And in third place, Abilene Wildcats, Josiah Hunt.
So as you saw there with Mathlin, another slow up on the line. I remember back in my day when I was running my coach, you test that.
Yeah, that is not accepted. But like I said, the nature of this event has changed over the years, where athletes are doing just enough to qualify to make it to the next rounds.
So that's Cameron Macklin on the screen, representing
South City. This is the first time I'm actually hearing of this club. I'm not sure if they are a local club or if they are a regional club that has taking part in our championships, but not too bad. 49 points for under 17 is not bad at all.
Slowed down to a really good time. So he knows his abilities. So up next is heat 3 of 6 of the boys under 17 400-meter dash. Another full field, well, no athlete in lane 1, so it's from lane 2 to 8. In lane 2 would be Jamie Callis of Stallion. In lane 3 is Catano Fox of Burnley. In lane 4 is Cornell Lewis of One a Week. In lane 5 is Mikhail Paul of Concord. In lane 6 is Elijah Mitchell of Adeline Wildcats. In lane 7, it's Aaron Baird of Zenith Athletics. And in lane 8, it's Jordan James of Genesis. The athletes take their mark.
You need to keep our eyes on lane 4 and lane 5, Cordell from One a Week and Michael Paul from Concord Athletics.
And they are off. Pretty even start. But I'm seeing Lewis of One a Week pulling away from the field as he heads to the 300-meter mark.
Michael Paul.
Pretty good running there by him. Really comfortable on the backstretch. Long strides as they come to the 200-meter mark. It's a bit of a bundle. But in the lead, it's Lewis and Paul. Looking pretty well as they come to the 100-meter mark. Here's Cordell Lewis of One a Week pulling away, but he's being challenged by Michael Paul. And they're coming down the stretch. 1, 2. Who's going to take it? Who's it going to be? Pretty comfortable as they come across the line. 1, 2. That's Lewis and Paul. As you said, look out for Paul and Paul.
Yeah, they were the two standouts because Michael Paul has been on a few national teams as a junior so far. Yes. And also Cordell Lewis has also had a really phenomenal time and a phenomenal season so far. So I knew they would be the two standouts in this heat. And it was such a close race. I think Lewis got the better of Paul on this event at this standard, but it was really good. You could actually see the athletes starting to battle. Cordell taking a look over his shoulder and seeing Michael coming. He's right there.
One thing I look forward to seeing him in the future is based on his build and his strides. You know, I realize a lot of taller athletes are now coming into the field. And we have Usain Bolt. A lot of people said, you know, the taller athletes, once they train, know how to execute and come on blocks.
Yes, execution is very key for a taller athlete because they need to rely on technique because it will take them a little longer to get going in terms of calling onto that speed that they require. It may not come immediately because it takes them just a bit to get going.
It's a bit clumsier for them to come out. The blocks are so tight. But we are on to heat 4 of 6.
And we have from lanes 2 to 8, we have no lane 1 in this event. In lanes 2, we have Emily Jones from Faizabad. In lane 3, Rashad Riley from Abilene Wildcats. In lane 4, Cheslon Gordon from RSS Phoenix. In lane 5, Josh Thomas from South City. In lane 6, Mandela Francis from Memphis Pioneers. Aaron Rackman is in lane 7 from Zenith Athletics. And Jelani Paris from Alpha Athletics in lane 8. In this heat, we're probably looking at Mandela Francis from Memphis Pioneers and Josh Thomas from South City. Pretty even start on the beginning of this heat for this 400-meter boys under 17. Jelani Pranis, and then we have the RSS Phoenix athletes, Gordon on the inside, making moves as they come along the turn for the 200 meters. Gordon in command of this race. Very good technique, very good leg speed, good even race. And he has extended his lead. We seem to have an injury. But we have Gordon, Thomas, and Francis. Your top 3 athletes as we await the times.
That was an exceptional run by Gordon.
Josh Thomas.
Josh Thomas at Salt City.
No, sorry, Gordon. Gordon of RSS Phoenix, and yes, Thomas Gordon got the 2nd place.
Right, and we had a little tumble on the field. That was Mandela Francis taking a tumble there. The effect of that lactic acid, plus you're actually trying to fight it to continue. But an exceptional run there by Josh Thomas from South City. Pretty good form. And he looked in really world class, really top class form. And, really exceptional.
And I'm glad to see these athletes are getting the hang of how to run a 400 meters effectively. As we take a look at the stands, we can see the twins, Sana and Soleil. And as we look at the replay of this 400, yes, it was the Memphis athlete actually hitting the track.
Very easy, comfortable run.
Very easy, comfortable run.
Bright future for Josh.
We look forward to seeing him in the finals for sure.
You can see, he dipped on the line, he ran straight through the race. Didn't see him slow down, even if he did.
He did take a couple of peeks over his shoulder, but at the same time, he still maintained his focus enough to maintain his form to come across the line. I think this is the heat 5 for these boys under 17. We have LeBron Granger in lane 2 from South City. Kai Abraham from Kaizen Panthers in lane 3. Lane 4, we have Michaelan Woods from IG Fast Lane. In lane 5, we have Karen Daniel, RSX Phoenix. In lane 6, Jaleel Eugene from Concord Athletics. Josiah Marisho is in lane 7 from Burnley. And in lane 8, Shaquille Adams from Mercury.
And they are off. Blazing start there by Marisho of Burnley. Taking the early lead, looking comfortable down the back stretch, but he's being challenged. He's being challenged by Adams of Mercury. As they come around the 200-meter mark, who's it going to be? Woods looks pretty well, coming down to the 100, the final 100. Pretty comfortable there for Woods. No challenge at all for Woods, coming down to the finish line. So that is Michaelan Woods of IG Fast Lane, followed by Karen Daniel of RSS Phoenix. So that was heat 5 of 6 prelims here at the Hazel Crawford Stadium. We're moving on to heat 6. There we see Woods coming down pretty easy.
He actually looks very efficient when it comes, or he actually starts swinging at the last 10 to 20, last 20 meters of the race. But the rest of his race, he was very efficient. Not too much movement in the shoulders, not too much movement in the head. And you want to maintain your efficiency when you're coming home. You don't want to swing too wide, you know, because it takes away from energy and it takes away your momentum from your forward movement. So you want to maintain that forward movement. You don't want too much movement in the heads and the upper body. And you want to maintain that as much as you possibly can and keep that straight line all the way to the finish.
So that was 50.53 for that. We're heading to heat 6. Athletes just getting their run-throughs before the actual start. In lane 1 would be Jaden Valentine of FAD. In lane 3, it's Justin Cadet of Phoenix Athletics. In lane 4 is Brian Scott of Burnley. In lane 5 is Kimani Rolex of Abilene Wildcats. In lane 6 is Kamal Joseph of Salt City. In lane 7 is Macaulay Natania of Simplex. In lane 8 is Zolvani Bear. This is the boys under 17 400 meter dash. The athletes in lane 5, that would have been Kimani Rolex of Abilene Wildcats. He will not be competing today. The athletes take their mark. And this is the final heat in this preliminary round of the boys under 17 400 meter dash. And
First false start of the day.
You know, you don't usually see false starters as often before.
Yeah, you usually don't. You more reserve that for like 200 and 100 meters. But while unusual, it does tend to happen from time to time.
Because at the end of the day, it's still a sprint.
Yes. I remember these are junior athletes too, so there must be some news. I'm frankly surprised that we reached all the way to the final heat before we actually saw a false start. But you would expect some nerves from these athletes. Remember, they are vying for a spot on the national team for the under-20 championships. So.
The official there.
Is somebody going to be disqualified? Or are they going to receive a warning?
I think based on international standards, there's no
Oh, lane 8. So that is Beard.
pretty unfortunate there for the young Savani Bear. This is international standards here.
I remember they are using censored blocks. So there will be readings if you leave the pedal before time. Depleted field now, we are down to 5 athletes.
The athlete of Burnley looks pretty well. Also Joseph of South City. South City is heating up the field. Burnley athlete coming around to 200 meter bend, looking pretty comfortable as he comes to the final 100. He's holding on well. That's Brian Scott of Burnley, pumping as he comes down to the line. Burning the track. That's Brian Scott of Burnley, followed by Kamal Joseph of South City.
And he tried you saw that effort for the entire 400 meters. There was no shutting down, no wasted movement. He, at 49.9, tried to he fought for that. He really and truly fought for that. You see him coming on, he knows it's the last part of the race, and it's very important. Trying to keep his arms going, his momentum going. You see the gritting of the teeth, the determination. He ran every inch of that 400 meter, did not give up, did not slow down, no shutting down. He is looking for that spot in that finals for the 400 meters.
So far, I think that's the fastest time in the heats. So thus far, 49.99. So that's Brian Scott. You'll be looking out for Brian Scott in the semi-final rounds tomorrow. All the other athletes. So on the field, we have the girls under 20 200 meter dash.
Heat 1 of 2 heats for this under 20 girls. And they are chasing a standard of 55.40 to be accepted onto the world junior team to represent Trinidad and Tobago.
And this event has a national junior record of 52.89, set in 2019 by Rayan Seville,
who we hope to see later tonight in the 400 meter women open. But now we are at the girls under 20, and looks like a full field. Nobody in lane 1 and nobody in lane 7.
We saw so many heats in the under 17, but for the under 20, just 2 heats, so I guess some of the athletes have fallen off.
And they have the girls have a little bit easier time of qualifying for this event because we take the top 3 in each heat and then the next 2 times. So there's a lot of opportunities to qualify for this finals right now. In lane 1 is supposed to be Akisha, but there is nobody in lane 1. From Concord, she's not there. Khadijah Lee from Genesis is in lane 2. Akila Sayers from Memphis in lane 3. Shaphonia Houston from South City is in lane 4. Keori Robley from Kaizen Panthers is in lane 5. Lane 6, we have Jaden Bolden. She is running unattached. There's nobody in lane 7. So we have Diamond Paul in lane 5 and Calicia Aguilera from Tranquility. Diamond Paul is definitely the one to watch in this heat. She has been having a really good season, in addition to Akila Sayers from Memphis Pioneers.
And they're off. It's a pretty even start. Making an early starter is an athlete.
Panthers. KO.
Diamond Paul of Point Fortin New Jets. It's getting tight as they come around the bend to the 150-meter mark. That's our athlete of South City, Shaphonia Houston, coming pretty well. South City, I think it's a Canadian athlete. She's pumping her way down the final stretch with just about 40 meters to go, with no challenge there for Houston of South City with a 57.22 as she crosses the line. So, Yana, the South City club, I think it's a club in Grenada.
Yes, so I just found that out. So the South City is a club from Grenada, and those athletes are running really well. They're definitely proving to be a challenge to our local athletes, and this is what we need. Yeah. We need that challenge for those athletes to come, because you see her just exceptional form, beautiful arm carriage, beautiful leg lift, fighting all the way to the line. And then you see Robley in second place, fighting to catch her, but she is not giving over an inch, no distance to be closed. crosses the line, and Paul, Diamond Paul from Point Fortin New Jets in third place. Yeah, do.
South City team just blazing up the track.
Because I'm like, I don't think they're local, but no, we know they are definitely not local. Team out of Grenada.
Exceptional run there by Chifonia Houston, South City. We head to Heat 2. This is the final heat in the prelims of the girls under 20 400-meter dash. In lane 1 is Shemaya Paul of Tranquility. In lane 2 is Maya Chapman of Memphis. In lane 3 is Tiara Simmons of Burnley. In lane 4 is Natalia Eastman of RSS Phoenix. In lane 5 is Angel Davidson of Mason Hall. In lane 6 is Maya Mitchell of Abilene Wildcats. In lane 7 it's Talika Clement of Genesis. And in lane 8 is Deja Acosta of FAB. That's it, the girls under 20 400-meter dash. If you just tune in, this is the NGC Entry ATT National Junior and Senior Championships right here at the Heasley Crawford Stadium. I'm Chabon Brown and I am joined by lovely Ayana Hutchinson. Britain. Yeah, we can lane 3. That's Tiara Simmons, Burnley team training out there at the Eddie Hart Stadium. In lane 2, that's Amaya Chapman, Memphis Pioneers. A very dominant club in Trinidad and Tobago for a very long time.
And unfortunately, we have no no Angel Davidson. She's supposed to be in lane 5. And I know Mason Hall has a really good team, so it's really sad to see that she's not able to compete today. Ooh, lane 3. Tiara Simmons.
That was, full start there by the athlete representing Burnley, Tiara Simmons.
Now, I wonder if these athletes understand how the rules of track and field goes. If you are on your marks position, you still have the opportunity to lift your hand to allow the starter to say that you're not ready, you're uncomfortable for whatever reason. So the fact that she just jumped out, I'm not sure if it was something that was hampering her, if a noise was, bothering her, whatever the case is. I'm not sure what. Oh, yep. Outright disqualification for that false start. So she is no longer part of this race. And now we're down to 5. Five athletes.
Very unfortunate day for her. We're training an entire year for this.
Yeah. Final heats of the girls under 20 400-meter dash. Pretty even, but we see Amaya Mitchell from Abilene Wildcats making up the stagger. Amaya Mitchell, and now in your frame. Easy carriage, very easy on pace, and she is moving. She is followed by the athletes from RSS Phoenix, Natalia Eastman in lane 4. And Eastman now getting the better of her as she take the lead into the home stretch. So it's Eastman followed by Mitchell. Eastman striding towards that line, using her arms. Very nice race from Eastman. I'm not sure if she would make that qualifying standard just yet, but for now she is definitely into the finals.
It's a pretty comfortable run there for Natalia. She got the better of Amaya Mitchell.
Yeah.
Of Abilene Wildcats.
The battle was really for third place because it's top three in each heat. So, but as we watch the two athletes in your frame at the moment, she looks very comfortable. She's not expending too much energy, just doing enough. But it was still a comfortable run for her.
Just crossing the line at 59.
Yeah.
See the athletes coming up to the stands. And on the field at the moment is the boys under 20 400-meter dash.
2 of 6 preliminaries in this event.
The national junior record for this event was set in 2014 by Marshall Cedeno. The world junior record for this event is 47.65. So on the field, we have heat 1-6. In lane 2 is Adrian Barker of HOCR. In lane 3, it's Hakim Solani, IG Fast Lane. In lane 4 is Jaden Clement of MAP. In lane 5 is Deshaun Cole of Abilene Wildcats. In lane 6 is Tyrell Dimsoy of Pfizer. In lane 7 is Jeremiah Grant of Memphis. And in lane 8 is Nabani Allen of Tobago Falcons. There's no athlete in lane 2, so that would have been
You can put in the results. This is for the girls under 17 400 meters. So these are your top 8 times, making it soon. These big Qs are automatic qualifiers and the little Qs are timed qualifiers. Right?
once again heat 1 boys under 20 400-meter dash. And they are off. The athlete of Abilene Wildcats, that's Cole, taking an easy pull, heading down to the back stretch now, pulling away and making his stagger. As he heads to the 200-meter mark, and he's being challenged by Slandi of IG Fast Lane. Slandi looks pretty well. Abilene Wildcats and Jaden Clement of MAP, but Jaden has pulled away from Cole. Nice and easy there by Jaden Clement of MAP. A comfortable win with 47. Excellent run there by Jaden, looking pretty comfortable for the win.
Yeah, Jaden definitely ran a textbook race, stuck to his race plan and executed it very well.
As we can see the challenge here from the Abilene athlete and the MAP athlete, so that's Cole and Clement. Clement pulling away very easy, very comfortable stride for a nice, comfortable win at 47. So his time is pretty close to
That standard, yeah. And 47.65, so was it close?
He actually made the time in the heat.
That's very good. So that just means the quality is out there. You can see these athletes have talent. So we're looking to see those kind of performances later on in the evening as well. So we have this is the first heat. Let's see what the other 5 heats have to offer.
Maybe you can do that in the heat. You can't wait to see the final.
And we're seeing some action from the high jump pit. And as we look at the start list for the boys under 400 meters, the second preliminaries. From lane 2, we have Jaden Atkins from Zenith Athletics. In lane 3, we have Armani Kashi from Memphis Pioneers. Nikhil Diloon is in lane 4 from Cougars. Look out for him. He's been running very good this season. Cornell Pierre is in lane 5, followed at the MVP. Incorporated. Kadeem Gibson, lane 6 from Mountain Eagles. Quayshawn Roberts is in lane 7 from Abilene Wildcats. And Jaheim Hoodlin from Tiger Athletics. And Nakil Dunoon from Cougars has, I'm not sure what happened. He stopped in the beginning of the race and is now running back like the dogs of hell is on his heels. He is coming through that field. He's getting some challenge from Cornell Pierre of MVP. Cornell Pierre from MVP is your leader all the way down the 100-meter stretch. He has opened up at least a 20-meter lead. And here comes Nikhil Dunoon from Cougars to take the second place.
What a run there by that athlete of Cougars, Nikhil Dunoon.
I mentioned earlier he was definitely one to watch in this race, but I am not sure what happened in the beginning of the race. He seemed to have some lack of focus, I would say. He got off to the blocks and literally started running when the entire field had already gone. And the 300-meter mark, the 200-meter mark, and the 150 mark, he was just moving through that race like somebody was chasing him. And had he kept his focus in the beginning, he would have definitely given Pierre from MVP a better run for his money, and he would have gotten a better time.
He knew what was on the line when it comes to this race. But that was really an exceptional run by Nikhil Dunoon of Cougars, and also Cornell Pierre of MVP.
Yeah.
That's the athlete representing Grenada. So as we can see, Grenada is producing some fine athletes in the likes of Kirani James.
Yes, definitely.
The 400-meter Olympic champion. So they have a really good 400-meter program across the Jamaica.
Yeah, they're known for producing good quality athletes, and like I said, we are actually having an open championships, so it's giving a lot of regional athletes throughout the Caribbean and other places the opportunity to come and get those qualifying standards to make their own national teams.
So we are heading on to heat 3 of 6, the boys under 2400-meter dash. In lane 2, we have Caleb John of Point Fortin New Jets. In lane 3, we have Kim Richards of Stallion. In lane 4 is Tegan Peterkin of MVP. In lane 5 is Keon John of Memphis. In lane 6 is Josiah Peters of Burnley. In lane 7 is Kyle Reed of Tobago Select.
The athlete to watch in this event is definitely Keon John, but we've seen the Grenadian athletes also giving chase and giving good runs for the money, so we're looking out for them as well. And they're off. Pretty even start, but the lanes on the outside, 5, 6, and 7 are moving. And as we were saying, Keon John has already taken the lead, broken the stagger, hitting the 200-meter mark, and is taking charge of this race. So
looking really well, pulling away from the field.
Keone John and Josiah Peters from Burnley giving chase. And in third, it is Kyle Reed of Tobago Select, your top three.
And as you said, that was the guy to look out for.
He's one of those athletes that we usually call the usual suspects. He is one of those athletes who will definitely be in the finals, who is always in the mix. So it's good to see him. He ran a really even pace race. Didn't go out of his way, wasn't too fast, wasn't too slow, just enough.
Long strides,
Yeah.
pumping, his chest is up.
Not too much movement in the arms, keeping that forward momentum.
Just crossing the line at 49. 49.128 for John. We head to
This is heat 4 of the boys under 20, 400 meters, 4 out of 6 preliminary runs. Looking to see, make sure we have all athletes in this heat. And it looks like we have a depleted field. We're supposed to see Shane Bassoon from Track Blazers in lane 2, and that lane is empty. So we go to Jaheim Nelson in lane 3 from Genesis. Deshaun Lazama from One a Week. Joshua Perry is in lane 5 from Memphis Pioneers. In lane 6, we have Jadon James from Abilene Wildcats. In lane 7, Jelani Chinliu from Birdley. And in lane number 8, Hakeem Kerr from RSX Phoenix. That is your field for this 4th heat of the boys 100-meter dash. Sorry, 400-meter dash. Guess I'm clearly excited for these 200 meters because I'm looking forward to seeing these 200 meters this afternoon. But we are still at the 400-meter phase as they take the starters' orders.
on the screen, yeah. Go under their tents to wait the upcoming heats. And they are off. Pretty hard to tell on the backstretch right now, but I see an athlete, Burnley. That's Jelani Chinyilu pulling away, and then as they approach the 200-meter mark, he's being challenged by the athlete of Abilene Wildcats. That's Jadon James, but pulling away in the Trinidad and Tobago suit.
That's Deshaun Lazama from One a Week. And here comes the Memphis Pioneers and the Abilene Wildcats. Wow, that was really good. Jadon James, Joshua Perry from Memphis Pioneers. Storming the last 40 meters coming home to take the win in this 4th heat.
As we await the times, it looked like some heat. So as we can see, Lazama there, One a Week coming, but look at the challenge there by Joshua Perry of Memphis with those long strides. As he comes to the finish line, looked like 47 seconds, nipping on the line. Later on, we will call out the official times. So it looked like 47.98. 47.98 for John.
Wait, the results yet?
No, right now I still fill up names. I fill up names like I wouldn't be able to put out.
We move on to Heat 5
There you go, until I'll get it if I could.
on the screen. In lane 2, we have Jaden Sunderland of Abilene Wildcats. In lane 3, Anderson Boris of Mercury. In lane 4 is Devani Ferguson of MVP. In lane 5 is Jordan Noel of IG Fastlane. In lane 6 is Maurice Rivera of ZC Athletics. In lane 7 is Alessandro Ovia of Eastern Flyers. And in lane 8 is Tariq Springer of Memphis. This is heat 5 of 6. Boys under 20 400 meter dash. Again, Sunderland 2, Morris 3, Ferguson 4, Noel 5, Rivera 6, 7, Guevara 8, Springer. Looking pretty well as they come down the back stretch. Pretty hard to tell at this point. The athlete Ferguson looking pretty well as he comes to the 200 meter mark. A little jumble there on the outside, but pulling away from the pack. It's Noel of IG Fastlane. But Noel is being challenged by Ferguson of MVP. Ferguson of MVP pulling away from the field. The Grenadians are heating up the track as he pulls away with just 20 meters to go. Easy win there, 47 as he touches the line. And he was followed by Jordan Noel of IG Fastlane. Excellent run there by Devani Ferguson of 473 MVP Incorporated. And that's him there coming down the final stretch, pulling away at least 10 meters from his competitors. Looking pretty well, Ayana. Excellent stride.
And these non-nationals are doing such a phenomenal job.
Oh, yeah.
The benefits of them actually having to compete at our championships is one, to get that qualifying standard so they can pick their own respective national teams, but it also bodes well for the competition. When you tend to run against the same people for the entire season, it helps to get your mind framed that right, so we have outside competition coming, so it kind of makes you step your levels up, step up your game. And even though these athletes are running really good, they're winning the heat, they will not be allowed to compete at our finals. They will have a final of their own, so they will be at a finals for only Trinidad and Tobago nationals, and then all the regional athletes, and all the athletes that have the next best times will fall into a B final.
Oh, okay. So we move on to the final heat. This is heat 6 of the boys under 20 400 meter dash. In lane 2 is Jay Squashy of Zenith Athletics. In lane 3 is Brandon Castaneda of One a Week. In lane 4 is Corel Thomas of Cougars. In lane 5 is Ben Israel Bannister of RSS Phoenix. In lane 6 is Kyan Morris of Abilene Wildcats. In lane 7 it's Enoch Joseph of Mountain Eagles. And in lane 8 is Francisco Cooper of Concord. The athletes take their mark. And they are off. Blazing start from this. Out there in lane 7, that's Joseph Enoch of Mountain Eagles, pulling away from the field. That looks like the athlete of Yes, yes, Mountain Eagles. Coming around the bend right now at the 150-meter mark is Bannister of RSS Phoenix. And he's being challenged by the athlete of Cougars, Corell Thomas. So it's Corell and Bannister fighting for the finish. And Thomas with the photo finish. Crossing at probably about 49 seconds. Raising his hands to the heavens.
Only the first athlete in each team qualifies for the finals, and then we have the next two best times that allow you to get to the final. So these athletes are definitely fighting for pole position at this point.
So we're not going to see anybody slowing down at the line at this one. So there he is coming on very strong. That is Corell Thomas of Cougars. Excellent stride. And he's 1-2 with Bannister of RSS Phoenix.
And you can tell the difference between the two athletes in their form. You see, Bannister was nodding the head, shaking from side to side, and you see the Thomas had that perfectly, well not perfectly still, but he was a little bit more steady in his motions, in his forward movement. So it was good to see, you can tell that he understood what he needed to do. It was not just about energy conservation, but also efficiency. He did it efficiently. He ran the race, even pace, executed his race to his exact plan to him, but he and his coach discussed, and he came out here with it.
So we move on to the men 400-meter dash preliminaries. We have 6 preliminary rounds here. On the field, it's heat number 1. In lane 2, we have Christoph Belgrove of IG Fast Lane. In lane 3, we have Kalis McLitchie of Striders. In lane 4, Joshua Maskell of Faizabad. In lane 5, Asa Guevara of Abilene Wildcats. In lane 6, Nicolai Lewis of Concord. In lane 7, Elijah Joseph of Mountain Eagles. And in lane 8 is Jaili Roberts of UTT Patriots.
Asa Guevara is definitely the one to watch in this heat, followed by Nicolai Lewis. Really good all season long. Asa has been representative for Trinidad on numerous occasions, so he's definitely looked to making that, trying to achieve that 45 flat standard of the Olympic Games, which is going to be very difficult. It's not an easy time, because all the standards have been adjusted this year, so times have gotten faster, so athletes have a little bit of a tougher time trying to get these qualifying standards.
Yeah.
But Asa has represented Trinidad and Tobago on more than one occasion, so I think he understands what he needs to do.
Most definitely.
To get the job done here today. Also look for a challenge from him from Nicolai Lewis on the comeback trail, and Mr. Maskell, Joshua Maskell from in lane 4. So those are your ones to watch in this heat.
So the time for the Olympic Games is 45 flat.
And the race is off, even start. Is Nicolai and athlete from Faizabad. And then Elijah Joseph from Mountain Eagles taking the lead. And Elijah. And here comes Lewis. And here comes Guevara. As they come around, 150 to go. With the Mountain Eagles, Elijah Joseph in the lead, followed by Joshua Maskell of Faizabad. And here comes Guevara and Lewis on the inside. Mountain Eagles, Concord, and Faizabad. Joshua Maskell of Faizabad getting a 3rd place in this heat. Now, only the top athlete in each heat, first place athlete in each heat, qualifies to the finals.
It's a bit disappointing there for Asa Guevara.
If I understand correctly, so the athlete from Mountain Eagles is a non-national. He is from Grenada as well.
Okay.
So he will be in the B finals. So if you're looking at our national athletes, it will definitely be Nikolai Lewis, Asa Guevara, and Pascal Joshua are the ones to watch in this heat, and we expect those three to go through to the next rounds.
So as we know, based on the times as well.
Yes. And that was a really good run from Nikolai Lewis coming back from injury, looking strong on that last stretch.
So some of the times a bit far from Olympic standard, but again, this is just the preliminary rounds. I know a lot of them haven't put on the actual gas. They've put on their burners. So we'll expect to see some faster times in the semis and the finals. So again, we move on to heat number 2 of 6 of the men's 400-meter dash. In lane 2, it's Michael Moore of Stallion. In lane 3 is Joshua Williams of Concord. In lane 4 is Jaden Marchand of Saparia Athletics. In lane 5, it's Nathan Cumberbatch of Abilene Wildcats. In lane 6, it's Aaron Simon of Memphis. In lane 7 is Charles Alexander of Appaloosa. And in lane 8, it's Kyle Victor of South City. South City is the Grenadian team running here for their qualifying standards. But I see there's no athlete there in lane 8, so Kyle Victor of South City is not competing. So that's it, heat 2. Two more, 3 Williams, Marchand 4, Cumberbatch 5, Simon 6, Alexander 7. And they are off. Who's it going to be? Even start so far. They're on the back stretch right now. I see Cumberbatch of Abilene Wildcats with his strides. But the athlete of Memphis Pioneers looking pretty well. That's Aaron Simon. That's 1, 2, 3. But Cumberbatch coming round the bend. He's being challenged by Marchand of Saparia Athletics, and Saparia Athletics athlete is blazing the track, pulling away and heading to the finish line. Pretty good time, 46, followed by Cumberbatch of Abilene Wildcats. Excellent run there by Jaden Marchand of Saparia Athletics. As you see Marchand there in his black and green, 46.99. What a time.
Definitely. This was almost reminiscent of races that we've been seeing all season. The competition is very stiff and everybody out here is running for their lives, coming with the A game. Everything is being left out on the track, and he ran a really good race.
Definitely. So as we know, they are running for the flat event, the flat 400-meter qualifying for the Olympic Games. So I think it's going to be some upsets because I'm seeing some athletes, not the usual suspects.
Exactly.
But
some of the
different athletes, coming out and running some really exceptional times. And this is just the preliminary round. So I look forward to seeing what happens in the semis and the finals.
And one thing I like about with when it's an Olympic year, we tend to get a lot of people coming out of the woodwork. who have a parent or a grandparent that is
Oh, yeah.
Trinidadian and they want to run for
Yeah.
our country and they tend to like, okay, so I'm switching my nationalities to get,
Yeah.
and then you tend to see those people coming out of the work world and actually performing the best because we would not have been seeing them all season long. And then they would come to national champs and then it's like, who are these people? And they're running so fast, it's like, we haven't seen you before.
Yeah.
And it gives us an opportunity to get new blood infused into the team, infused into the sport, and it really bodes well for the local races,
Wow.
local athletes as well.
So we head to Heat 3. Yana will give you the lineup.
In Heat 3, we have athletes listed from 1 to 8, and all 8 athletes are lined up. In lane 1, we have Jail Marshall from Derby Athletics. In lane 2, Moses McConney from Tobago Falcons. Naomi Andrews from Appaloosa is in lane 3. Timothy Fredericks from Simplex, he's one to watch in this heat, is in lane 4. Ronaldo Moore from Memphis Pioneers is in lane 5. Joshua Sinclair is from Abilene in lane 6. Lane 7, we have Jelani Franklin from MVP Inc. And in lane 8, David Sarant from the Trinidad and Tobago Defense Force.
The athletes take their mark.
Athletes underway. And we see athletes making early moves. That's Joshua Sinclair making the early move on the back stretch. Timothy Frederick right there alongside. Joshua Sinclair followed by Timothy Frederick from Simplex. And then all the action is at the middle of the track, and we see the Abilene Wildcat trying to maintain his lead. Joshua Sinclair holding on, and right behind him is Timothy Frederick from Simplex. Inside 48 minutes or 48 seconds, and your third place athlete is Ronaldo Moore.
Excellent run there by St. Clair, and also Frederick of Simplex, giving him a good challenge as they came around that bend. The athlete of Abilene Wildcats there fighting and grinding his teeth, pumping those arms as he heads to the finish line. Getting it just under 47, 48, sorry.
Yeah, just under 48. And these athletes have been working hard all season.
Yeah.
So they're trying to do their very best to put the perfect race together to try and make this final.
On the field, there's some athletes
Getting ready.
preparing for the long jump. We head on to heat number 4 of 6 of the men 400-meter dash. In lane 2 is Sheldon Mason of TTPS track team. In lane 3 is JC Murray of Mountain Eagles. In lane 4 is Shaquem McKay of Abilene Wildcats. In lane 5 is Rennie Quall of Zenith Athletics. In lane 6 is Kengal Christopher of Appaloosa. In lane 7 is Kashif King of Point Fortin New Jets. And in lane 8, it's Michael Joseph of Abilene Wildcats. What a surprise in lane 5, right?
Yeah, definitely. At this stage, we will call Rennie Quall a veteran in this event.
Oh, yeah.
And it's really good to see him back out trying to do his thing, trying to challenge these youngsters. But it's definitely not going to be an easy task. But he is definitely one to watch. Also, Shaquem McKay from Abilene Wildcats, who did a commendable job this year at the World Relays in Bahamas.
So no athlete in lane 2. That would have been Sheldon Mason of TTPS track team. let's see what Rennie Kwao has in store for us today. This is a guy who loves the track.
A former world medalist, a world bronze medalist in the 400 meters. And they are on their way.
And they're off. Looks pretty well. You see Kashif King of Point Fortin New Jets.
He is followed by Christopher Kegnall. Kegnall Christopher of Appaloosa.
They come around. I see Rennie Kwao is pulling away as he reaches the 150-meter mark. Looking pretty well. But in the front is McKay of Abilene Wildcats running in his college uniform. But here comes Rennie Kwao. Rennie Kwao looks pretty easy, pretty well. Excellent time there. 1-2, that's Abilene Wildcats, Shaquem McKay and Rennie Kwao, 1-2. I have Ayana on her feet in here. Wow.
This is definitely a race of experience versus youth.
Wow, this make me want to put on my spikes.
Jump back out, right?
And jump back out because, trust me, Rennie Kwao is back and he looks pretty well.
Yeah, he did it. He's doing an amazing job. Like I said, this is not Rennie's first time with the rodeo. He has been here before and he knows exactly what it takes to make a Olympic team and he knows exactly how to get qualifying standards. Shaquem McKay is the youth on the block and he's doing a wonderful job at holding him off. But this is a really, really action-packed final that's going to come out.
Kwao still running 46 seconds. Really impressed by that run there by Rennie Kwao. You can see him fade away after the first 200 meter, and then he just got some speed from out of nowhere.
Yeah, that's basically experience, and he was running his race. It's not just chase the person in front of you. You have to be smart about this. You have to be tactical about this. Running a 400 is not just about flat speed. It's about tactic. It's about experience. And as we watch the fourth heat, is this the fourth heat? No, this is the fifth heat. We watch the fifth heat. We see our indoor world champion, Jareem Richards, in lane 4.
Very popular in the 200, but lately he has been doing the 400 meter and he's been doing it pretty well.
Yeah. Even though he's had a lot of experience in the 200, he has medals in the 200. He's also known as a very quite capable 400 meter runner. Yeah. Anytime Jareem is on our national 4x4 team, I always tell them, make sure you put Jareem on the second leg because he runs that leg so smart and so tactical, and it's almost textbook for him at this point. But we're going to see him line up against these boys in the 400 meters. A lot of excitement in this event this year.
In lane 2, it's Simon Jerry, who's running unattached. In lane 4 is Jareem Richards of Abilene Wildcats. In lane 5 is Sorrel Sumner of Memphis. In lane 6, Genesis Joseph of St. Francis Boys. And in lane 7 is Rogel Torres of Stallion. And they are off. Even start, but Jareem Richards is coming and he's pulling away as he heads to the backstretch, looking pretty comfortable. And this is what it is. They start hard and then they are comfortable on the backstretch. He's coming up to the 200-meter mark. And he's being challenged by the athlete of Memphis Pioneers. That's Sorrel Sumner. As they come to the 100-meter mark, it's Jareem Richards and Sumner. And Sumner is pulling away from the field, but Jareem looks pretty comfortable as he comes. He's 20 meters away. Very comfortable run there by Jareem Richards. Slowing down at the line.
Now, Jareem is an experienced athlete. He is not out there just playing games. Even though it looked like he did, he was almost looked like he was playing with Cyril, but it was not that. He was knowing exactly what he needed to do and did enough. We are only taking the first person in each heat, and he did exactly what he needed to do to be an automatic qualifier in this race.
So it looked like 47.31 for Richards and 47.34 for Sumner. That's a really comfortable run there, put down by Jareem Richards, just doing enough to qualify to move on to the semifinals. So I'll hand you over to Ayana to give you the lineup for Heat 6.
And in Heat 6, the final heat in this event, men's 400 meter dash. In lane 2, we see Jordan Richardson from FAD. In lane 3, we're supposed to have Daniel Gibbs. Yes, he's there. Daniel Gibbs from Concord. In lane 4, Stefan Camejo from Memphis Pioneers, followed by Che Lara from Aberdeen Wildcats. In lane 6, Josiah Jones from Genesis. In lane 7, Jabari Fox from Point Fortin New Jets. And in lane 8, supposed to be Zion Marquise, but we have no lane 8 today, so we just are down to 5 athletes in this heat. The ones to watch in this heat is definitely Chain Lara out of lane 5, Daniel Gibbs in lane 3, and Jabari Fox in lane 7.
So again, if you're now tuning in, this is the NGC Entry ATT National Junior and Senior Championships right here at the Hazley Crawford Stadium. On the line is the men's 400 meter preliminaries. This is Heat 6. Earlier we saw Jareem Richards and Asa Guevara and a shocker, a surprise for us, Renee Kwao. Looks like Che Lara on the back stretch, running comfortable. And he's being challenged by Fox, Jabari Fox. They come around to the 200 meter mark. It's Che Lara pulling away from the field. As he comes to the final stretch, Che Lara looks comfortable, pumping those arms and extending those legs. Che Lara with 50 meters to go. Comfortable and easy. Just crossing at 48. Followed by Josiah Jones of Genesis. So that's Che Lara representing Abilene Wildcats. So that was the final heat. Che with 48.05. Followed by Jones with 48.51. So there we see Che Lara coming around the bend. A very comfortable run for him. Pumping those arms, extending the legs. And about a 3 or 4 meter lead there for him in front of the Point Fortin New Jets athlete, Jabari Fox.
Vincent with a best of 11.3. A nice jump here. Has to be happy with her effort. The young girl from Concord. So she gets a yellow. Of course, this is the triple jump. It's a combined event with the under 17 and the under 20. Now, Shelbourne is the lone under 20 jumper in this one, and 3 jumpers, Parsons, Solomon and Vincent in the under 17. 11.02, that's Tinick Vincent's jump. 11.02. So Sienna Parsons, who is actually leading in this under 17 with a jump of 11.81. This is a 5th attempt. That's a good effort. Sienna Parsons, she gets the white flag. So it's a good and legal jump. Sienna Parsons.
And the boys under 17 high jump.
So Sienna Parsons will hold on to the lead. Whether she extends the lead, that's the question. But Sienna Parsons leading in the... So she does better, 11.88, her best jump so far. Her best jump. Her best jump in the under 17. So she, of course, is the sole leader. Now Solomon. Solomon faulted in all her jumps so far, in all her 5 jumps. So Vincent currently holds a 2nd spot in the under 17 division, but let's look at Kenisha Shelbourne, who is the lone jumper in the under 20 division. So she's not concerned about winning gold. She will be the champion. It's just that she wants to get her distance. This is a good effort. She gets the yellow flag. She gets the yellow flag this time. There's no question about she's winning. She's the lone jumper in the under 20 division. It's just about getting the jump, because you want to get that standard for World Juniors.
And they set on their way as we go down into the depth and enter in the back straight. 300 meters out, we see 114 new jets, Diamond Paul, taking them along. She's followed up.
So her distance is 11.86. 11.86 for Kenisha Shelbourne. 11.86.
From South City leading, Houston, coming around the crowd of the bend and bringing them into the home straight. That's the Grenadian Chiponia.
Well, this is Solomon. She would like to get a legal jump in. She's getting ready to go to the track.
It is Houston leading. She's followed by Gary Romney of Kaiser Panthers and 0.14 New Jets Diamond Paul. As they go to the finish line, it is Houston taking this one comfortably in the end, followed by Kaiser Panthers Romney and Diamond Paul of 0.14 New Jets.
Oh, she exits out again. She falls again. So she would not enjoy this happy occasion. She just would not enjoy this occasion. Another foul. She has not recorded a legal jump yet this afternoon. So Vincent is already on the runway. She is second in the under 17, second out of 3. So she gets the yellow, the white flag. I don't know why I said yellow. She gets the white flag, so it's a legal jump. .09 is her jump. 11.09.
Branch in Paris. It's a local brand that has a branch in Paris, and they would be making the national kit for the opening ceremony. And that's our starting line, looking all brand new. Our young ladies are right now on a training field. You could assume that the nerves are raging at this point. I remember in my time, you're good until it's time to run. All sorts of things start happening. You have some unexpected bowel movements as well. Some of the spectators waiting for the action to start back rolling. So a little bit of a lull here as we await the start of the girls under 17 100-meter dash. And also the boys under 17 long jump. Also happening was the boys under 17 high jump and the boys under 20 high jump. The girls under 17 triple jump as well would have passed on earlier. So in the girls under 17 triple jump, we had Isabella Solomon of Toko Tafak, we had Tanique Vincent of Concord, and we had Sena Parsons of Mercury. So later on we will tell you the times, the marks set by these young athletes. In the boys under 17 high jump, we had Ariza Cox of Toko Tafak, Jeremiah Fullerton of FAD, Cristiano Perez of QRC, Omari Brown of Neon Wolves, Kareem Thompson of RSS Phoenix, Michael Paul of Concord, Tariq Vincent of Concord, and Lemuel Ogbuffon of Kaiser.
I'm looking forward to doing the hurdles and making World Juniors time. Also, I would love to jump a new personal best in the high jump. That'll make me really happy. My time is seated third. Well, we have a surprise for the stadium this weekend. And my height is seated second. It is 1.73 meters, is seated second. And let's just say we have a little surprise this weekend for everybody. Yes, because the atmosphere when it have a lot of people in the stadium is a wonderful one. It also puts a lot of pressure on the athletes, which makes them do a lot better than if it were to have just a little bit of people in the stands. So I really look forward to seeing a full stadium, full support from family and friends. It would be really nice this weekend.
Now, you are an athlete doing well for Trinidad and Tobago. How do you split your time school-wise, training, and of course as a young person to live a normal life, going to the mall with friends and things like that?
I would say from a young age, I learned that sacrifice is a big thing when you want to be, especially I want to go pro. Sacrifice, you have to sacrifice a lot, especially when it comes to training. You're not allowed the leisures of going to the mall all the time, watching movies, going out, partying. You're not allowed those type of stuff. So I made a lot of sacrifices, which is why I'm where I am today. And yeah, balancing school and track, it just comes naturally.
And keeping that in mind, what would you say to young people who are looking at you right now and want to be like you?
Stay prayed up. Always put God first. Consistency is key. Train hard. Stay pretty. Do your best in everything you do. Yeah.
Tafak. So we would have seen Lakeisha Robley earlier on in the 400 meters. So some athletes run most of the events, 100, 200, 400, and they have to time it. You can't run a 400 and you have 100 right after. But they had some time to rest, to come back and run and execute a good time. So this would be one of 5 preliminary rounds. Again, the national junior record is 11.06. I'm loving the colors of the uniforms here, especially the Mova Jets. It's purple and blue and yellow. And of course, these events will be treated like professional international races. So if there's a false start, the athlete will be eliminated from the event. They're on their mark. And they are off. Coming out of the pack is Devonish of Phoenix Athletics, blazing down the track. Excellent run there. by Keone Devonish of Lakeisha Robley, sorry, of IG Fast Lane.
And she had a phenomenal start. Good transition as she's powering through the last part of the race. And she started to get closed in on by the athlete from IG Fast Lane.
12.78 for Devonish. 12.45, sorry.
And these athletes are chasing the standard for the girls under 17 100 meters dash. National junior record 11:06 set by Khalifa St. Fort.
Yeah, it's a correction from earlier because I said Michelle Yeye, but it's Khalifa St. Fort with the national junior record. So
Qualifiers for this event are the top 2 in each heat, followed by the next 6 best times. In lane number 2, we see the athlete from Mason Hall, Alicia Sampson. In lane number 3, we have Julia Kidd from Simplex. In lane number 4, we have Naomi Theodore from Phoenix Athletics. In lane 5, Zeta Charles from Point Fortin, New Jets. In lane 6, Kira Gonzalez from Dabity Athletics. In lane 7, Rhonda Smith from Memphis Pioneers. In lane 8, Narissa King of the Concord Athletics. These ladies are chasing a qualification position of the top 2 in each heat. But we are looking at Naomi Theodore and probably Kira Gonzalez and Zeta Charles to be your ones to watch in this heat. And the athletes is Zeta Charles from Point Fortin New Jets taking an early lead, followed by Naomi Theodore of Phoenix Athletic. And it's Naomi. Time of 12.58 for Theodore. These young athletes have a lot of technical aspects that they still need to work on as far as their race is concerned. A lot of them need to work on the drive phase after the initial start from the blocks. A lot of them tend to pop right up as opposed to driving to that first 40 meters in their race. And you tend to see a lot of times the athlete tends to slow down because they not transitioning properly. So they're still young. They have a lot more. They have a lot more work to do as far as their transition phases are concerned. But these are relatively young athletes. All these athletes under 17 years old, so you're looking at anywhere between 14 to 16 years old for these athletes. They're still in their developmental stage, but at the same time, we are here to compete, and you want these athletes to do their absolute best. This is your second heat. Sorry, this is your third heat, third preliminary in the girls under 1700 meter dash. In lane 2, we see Janelle Alexander from Stallions. We have Shanice Thomas from Concord. Jewel Gaitan from Cougars. Hannah Rivers is in lane 5 from Alpha Athletics, followed by Soraya Stroud in lane 6, who seems to be absent. She is from the Concord. And then we have Shante Sullivan from IG Fast Lane in lane 7, followed by Aliyah Herbert from Lambo Alliance out of Tobago. These are your athletes in the third heat for the the girls under 17 100 meters. You've been given instructions to stand behind their blocks under starters orders.
I think this is one of the most frustrating parts for me as an athlete when I ran. Having to get to the blocks and then having been told to stand up. You're already nervous. You're already prepared and anxious. And then it's a lot.
It is a lot, but at this stage, like I said, they're developing and they're learning. So these are things that they need to know. These are the things that could happen at any international meet.
Yeah.
So you need to understand how to deal with it and how to get your mind refocused back into your race and to do what you're supposed to be doing.
And they are off. Who's it? Seems to be a false
It's a false
start.
start.
But
And the
athletes are
athlete-
still rolling. Still rolling. She doesn't. She didn't hear that. Oh
And
my.
This is the most frustrating part
Oh my.
when it comes to races. And there's a false start that was the second
She-
false start gun was not heard by
Yeah.
two of the athletes in this race.
She ran an entire race. Two athletes ran an entire race. So, would they still have the energy to compete at the same level?
Well, the only thing I can foresee happening is that the athletes would have to petition for the race to go after all the other heats have
Right.
already run to
Yeah.
give them the opportunity to kind of recover in as much energy as they can to give that so they can have at least a similar
Yeah.
race experience compared to the other athletes who have not run much more distance than 30 or 40 meters, as opposed to the athletes that have run the entire race.
Yeah.
So they would need a little bit more recovery time in order to
So,
effectively run this race.
the officials are waiting, so we need to see who was the person responsible for the false start. And as we know, once you false start, that's it.
One and done. And there are so many possible outcomes for this.
I'd be very disappointed.
And it's the athlete from lane 3 that
Lane
was
3.
disqualified for a false start. That is the Concord athlete,
Shanice Thomas.
Shanice Thomas.
Very unfortunate for Shanice Thomas of Concord.
Now, if these athletes were a little bit older, they would have understand their rules.
Yeah.
That they can apply, their petitions that they can file to find out, to determine.
What was the cause of this? Let me see for myself. So they're getting some.
They're getting advice from, instructions from the officials. Now, like I said, these are young athletes. Had this taken place with athletes, let's say under 20, or even in men and women, the athletes could, like I said, they could petition for the race to be run after all the other heats have been competed to give the other athletes enough time to recover to come back and run another race.
Yeah.
On the flip side, there were 2 announcements that were made prior to this race going off with the emergency situation where the announcement came across, and there was a lot of noise going on.
Right, yeah.
So the athlete who was disqualified could also petition based on that. But like I said, these are young athletes, and it's not something we tend to practice, but it's something that is not generally discussed when young athletes are developing. We don't really discuss the rules and the regulations and the options available to them.
So this is a shot of what would have happened. Yes.
It looks very close to be very honest.
Yes, it does.
The athlete from Concord could have caught something we call a flyer, meaning that she caught the gun at the exact moment.
At the point, yeah.
But it seems that she has been...
They sent it back
she has been reinstated into this race.
No, this is a different race.
This is a race? Oh, okay. The athlete looks so similar.
So, as you said, they put the race to run.
Exactly. So what I was assuming that what happened, that's exactly that came to pass. So the athletes were given the opportunity to recover. So their race will be run after all the other heats have gone by already.
That was a big jump there. So the long jump and the girls on the 1700 meter is happening at the same time.
And that's usually problematic for sprinters because we need to hear the silence in order to hear the gun properly. But you tend to have a lot of noise because of events running in at the same time, because we have jumps going on, we have other events going on.
So that's the instant replay there.
It honestly does look like she caught a flyer, but if the official rules it as a false start, then there's nothing.
It didn't seem like a false start for me. I'm hoping that she is reinstated and she gets to compete and show what she has. So that means we will be running heat number 4 and waiting for heat 3 at the end. So in lane 2 is Kerryanne Felix of FAD. In lane 3 is Akira Smith of Sapari Athletics. In lane 4 is Egypt Regis Benjamin of MVP, that's Grenada. In lane 5 is Tishwana Pope of Concord. In lane 6 is Alexis Siposad of Phoenix Athletics. And in lane 7 is Kesha Bruton unattached. And they are another false start. Another false start. Athlete has to go back to the line. It's getting really uneasy.
I didn't see any blatant violations in this heat.
You have to await the replay to see what really happened there.
And like I said, there are a lot of events going at the same time. So you would find people who are cheering for athletes in the jumps and cheering for athletes during other field events. High jump has been completed, but jumps are going on. Shot put, discus is going on. So those are a lot of
so many distractions.
Yeah.
But we still are not seeing.
I still haven't seen a blatant.
But somebody is going to get a card, and it's the athlete of Concord. But we really didn't see the false start there. So that would be Tishwana Pope. Tishwana Pope of Concord. Very unfortunate for her.
Which is the second athlete of
Concord athlete.
To be disqualified for a false start. Definitely unfortunate. So now we are down to 5 athletes in this race. Clean start.
That's Regis Benjamin of MVP Grenada, blazing down the track. Just 20 meters to go, and here she is. Easy win for her. Regis Benjamin of MVP with a comfortable win in Heat 4. 12.57 for her.
And if you notice, she's one of the taller athletes, so it took a
Yeah.
while to get going. But once she got going, it was all over. 40 meters out, 60 meters to go, and she was gone. Very
Very
nice
good
technique.
stride, yeah.
Very nice technique. Nice lean at the tape.
With these young athletes, it's all about seeing what they're capable of at this young age.
Yes,
and
definitely.
working on what, you know that she is excellent form, but what does she have to work on to be exceptional?
Based on her height, and she's not that tall, but she was definitely the tallest in the
Yes, in the
field at the
field, yeah.
time. But if she has a little quicker start, because she was very passive to me in the first 10 meters,
Yeah.
and her transition was very short. She didn't stay down as long as she should have, but she did not. She was very commendable. And we have the long, scratched foul jump in the men's. Is this the men's triple? Yeah, it looks like the men's triple jump. And we have another race on the track. This is Heat 5 of 5. And in lane 2, we have Sophia Goddard from Neon Wolves. In lane 3, Leah Abram from Memphis. Michaela Grandison in lane 4 from Alpha Athletics. Tanique Vincent from Concord Athletics. She's in lane 5. Ayula Alfred from One a Week is in lane 6. And Kate Crawford in lane 7, unattached. Definitely the one to watch in this heat is Tanique Vincent. She is a multi-event athlete, a CRIFTA medalist. And I expect her to make easy work of this field today. And she's being challenged by the athlete of Alpha Athletics. Very close race. Definitely two I had envisioning to perform well. And I had mentioned that Tanique is a very competent multi-event athlete. At her age, she competes in the heptathlon and pentathlon.
Get a replay.
Good start. And she had a better transition than the rest of the field.
Yes. Her head was down for
Yes.
at least 30 meters.
Exactly. She had a very good transition, very good reaction, very good drive phase. And by the time she transitioned and was into her full speed running mode, she was doing well, and she was right, the athlete from Alpha, right alongside her, Michaela Grandison. Michaela's start was better than Tanique's, but Tanique had a drive phase and a better transition than Michaela. But both athletes performed really well. And we are looking at the Heat 3 now.
Oh no, this is the C3.
Yeah, this is the Heat 3 because they have the opportunity
Right.
to run over now. So they got a little bit of time to recover
Yes.
themselves as
And
much as possible.
unfortunately,
Yeah. So we'll see these athletes competing now. Remember, we had a disqualification in this heat, so we do not have a Shanice Thomas in lane 2. So we have athletes in lane 2, 4, 5, 6, and 7. And it's the athlete who won the heat in the first time,
That's
the first
Rivers.
go around in.
that's Hannah Rivers of Alpha Athletics coming back to repeat what she did.
Exactly. Just to let you know, the first time around was exactly how it was supposed to go. She did a wonderful job. 12,
And almost just a similar time to what she did earlier on. And that's a replay there.
And the athlete from Cougars also gave her a really good run. That was Jewel Gaitan. And Hannah is very efficient. A lot of frontside mechanics, long legs. But she did a wonderful job to win her heat. And now we have the boys under 1700 dash. We have athletes from lane 2 to lane 7. In lane 2, we have David Bernard from Simplex. In lane 3, Xavier Phillips from Concord. Lane 4, Aidan Davidson from Burnley. Lane 5, Jaden Percival from QRC. In lane 6, Joshua Baird from Memphis. And in lane 7, Carsten Thomas from Simplex. I'm looking to see Aidan Davidson from Burnley to have a very good run, and the athlete in lane 6, Joshua Baird, also to be the ones to watch. Now this is the boys under 17 100 meters, and the top 16 advance to the next round. So we have the top 2 in each heat, plus the next 6 best times advancing into the semifinals.
So Bernard 2, Phillips 3, Davidson 4, Percival 5, Baird 6, and Thomas 7. The athletes are called to their mark.
Clean start out of the blocks. And it's the athlete from Concord and the athlete from Memphis. And the Concord takes flight in lane 2. Xavier Phillips, your winner from this heat. As we await the time. 11:46 for you. Not much of a race for these athletes.
Yeah. Just coming up and just running.
They still need to work on a lot of the mechanics and the technical aspects of the race. But these are under 17 athletes, so they're still relatively young, so they have a lot of work to do. It's when you get to the under 20 level, then you expect to see a little bit more proficiency in terms of how they execute their race.
And hopefully these athletes look back at these races from our stream and see what they have to work on.
That's it. The one thing I like about the fact that social media has allowed these athletes to actually be able to go back, review, take stock, see the mistakes that they've made. Because everything is so instantaneous now.
Right.
Upon a stream, you could always look at YouTube is always your go-to. But a lot of these races are on Instagram and all these other social media applications that it's easy for them to go back and see the mistakes that they've made, make necessary corrections, take stock of all the stuff that they've done throughout the season, and then get ready during the off season and come back for the next season.
I know back when you used to run, you probably would have to wait for a national station to actually show the race for you to see. So this is heat 2. In lane 2 is Saunders of Simplex. In lane 3 is Mohammed of Mountain Eagles. In lane 4 is Gordon of RSS Phoenix. In lane 5 is Joseph of South City, Grenada. In lane 6, Sipasad of Phoenix Athletics. Lane 7, Blackman of Simplex. And in lane 8, Allen. And they are off. Who's it going to be? Looks pretty tight. But it looks like an athlete, Sipasad of Phoenix Athletics, pulling away from the field. And he's being challenged by Gordon of RSS Phoenix. And it was 1-2, Gordon and Sipasad. So Sipasad with 11.36 and Gordon with 11.40. And that was heat 2 of 5 of the boys under 1700 meter. Triple jump action.
Just out of the corner of your screen. And we have the replay of that previous heat. We see Sipasad and the athlete from RSS Phoenix being your top 2 qualifiers in this heat. As we look at the athletes doing their final preparations for their race in heat 4. Sorry, heat 3 of 5 preliminary rounds. In lane 2 for this heat, we have Samson Lewis from Memphis Pioneers. In lane 3, it's Nickel Gill of Burnley. Lane 4, Josiah Semper from Point Fortin New Jets. In lane 5, Joseph Pope out of the Concord Athletics. On lane 6, we have Kyle Manswell from Simplex. Lane 7, Cordell Lewis from One a Week. And lane 8 is supposed to be Elijah Gibson of Mountain Eagles. I see no lane 6 and no lane 8, so no Simplex and no Mountain Eagles athletes competing in this heat today. And they're, oh. The race has been recalled. Not sure if I saw a false start. But there is a lot of Nope. Oh, so I don't think it was a false start, but more of a stumble by the athlete from Burnley in lane 2, which is Nickel Gill, athlete in lane 2. I don't think anybody should be charged in this heat with a false start, but everything is obviously under the discretion of these officials. And the athlete from Burnley has been disqualified. Just very surprising. It did not look like an obvious false start. But, like I said, the discretion of the officials, ruling has to be upheld. Now we are down to 4 athletes in this heat. No Nickel Gill. And they are off clean start, and it's another false start. What is going on? Again, I did not see an obvious false start. No one false started from my review of this race. I'm not sure who the officials are going to charge with this false start. And another athlete has been disqualified. This is very surprising. The athlete in lane 4, which is Josiah Semper from Point Fortin New Jets, have been disqualified. So this is literally 2 athletes from one event have been disqualified so far, from one heat. Very, very surprising. And we are down to 3. Very quick gun from the starter this time around. And the athlete from Concord is in the lead. That is Joseph Pope. Concord, your winner, followed by Samson Lewis of Memphis Pioneers. And it is Cordell Lewis from One a Week. 11:45. Athletes were barely up in the set position, but Joseph Pope kept his composure and powered through and transitioned well. Hit maximum velocity and powered through the line. So Joseph Pope from Concord being your winner for that heat.
We head on to heat 4 of 5. In lane 2, we have Medias Ferguson of Zenith Athletics. In lane 3 is Daniel Jones of Simplex. In lane 4 is Jaden Goodrich of Burnley. In lane 5 is KL Grant of Concord. In lane 6 is Elijah Gibbs Clark of Memphis. In lane 7 is LeBron Granger of South City, Grenada. And in lane 8 is Jayut Lewis of Trackblazers. So there's no athlete in lane 5 at the moment. There's Memphis athlete there. Granger of South City. The athletes take their mark. And they are off. Burnley. That's Goodrich of Burnley pulling away from the field. Blazing down the track, another Burnley athlete. Excellent run there by Jaden Goodrich of Burnley. We await his time. 11.26 for Jaden Goodrich. This is a faster of the 3 heats that passed. See Burnley with an excellent form here. And then second, that was the athlete of Memphis, Elijah Gibbs Clark. I must say, this is the first time I've seen so many athletes be penalized in a national championship, like preliminary stage.
Definitely. You would hope, and I'm putting hope in very big air quotes, hope that the officials would give the opportunity for warnings versus that straight up disqualification. But In some cases, I was seeing athletes that didn't blatantly have false start, but from my naked eye versus the equipment that they have on those starting blocks would definitely tell the officials that this athlete had done something to
Started
either
before
trigger
the
the,
gun.
trigger the sensors or anything like that to produce a false start reading on their equipment. And it's important that these athletes understand that the opportunity, the experience that they're getting competing at a national championships is not the traditional experience they would have had during the beginning of the season.
Yeah.
During the season, it's not necessarily used that the equipment, that the starting blocks would have sensors and such like that. So when you come to national championships, the things that you would have gotten away with in the beginning of the season, now you're realizing like you didn't, you weren't aware of these nuances that you have to deal with, meaning that you didn't realize your foot used to shake on the pedal and stuff like that. So now that we have these starting blocks are equipped with these sensors, now we see all the issues, all the problems that they tend to face now when they did not realize those issues were issues in the beginning.
So this is heat 5. Another false start.
I'm thinking it's beginning to be the standard now. You have to have a false start before you run the actual race.
I think it's a lot of nerves, a lot of nerves.
Definitely agreed. There are a lot of nerves that the athletes are feeling, especially seeing so many athletes being eliminated in previous heats.
Yeah.
When you get there, you're trying to keep your composure.
Yeah.
And again, I'm not seeing any. Ooh, the athlete in lane 7 looked like he had a very bad stumble, so he may have triggered the sensor in terms of having a false start. But we will see what the officials decide.
The official is on lane
number 5.
5. Doesn't seem to give the card.
Yeah.
So they're probably double checking their system.
I'm not seeing any blatant false starts. I'm not seeing it. I couldn't see anybody shaking in the blocks, but see, first warning of the evening.
Warning. Oh, that's for the entire field.
First warning for the entire field, so nobody is being eliminated in this heat. Thank goodness.
So in this race, in lane 2 is De Leon of Concord. In lane 3 is Diaz of Simplex. In lane 4, Brown of Neon Wolves. In lane 5 is Hamlet of FAD. In lane 6 is Gashard Yearwood of Point Fortin New Jets. In lane 7 is Gomez of One a Week. And in lane 8, it's Lewis, and they are off. In the center of the field, it seems to be Brown of Neon Wolves.
Oh, very easy, very comfortable for him.
Up and running. Let's await the time. As it was Brown. Yes, Brown of.
Very good. He had a really good first forte, good transition. And he got into his maximum velocity phase very quickly. Very good mechanics.
Yes, very good mechanics. Knees up in the air.
Very, very good mechanics. Very good race for him.
Good
Made that look
rollovers.
very effortless.
Good turnovers for him there. Look forward to seeing him in the future.
So on the track right now, it's the girls under 20 100-meter dash. Looking to see some very good names, very fast times in these heats. This is the first of 4 heats. And we have a World Junior Standard of 1178.
And happening the same time is the girls under 20 discus throw, 1 kilogram.
As we await the athletes to go back to their starts, let me run through the list of competitors in this heat. In lane 2, we have Amaya Ferreira of Lions Athletics. Carice Cielto from Derby Progressive. Sydney Charles in lane 4 from Tranquility. In lane 5, Imani Mills from Memphis. Lane 6, Natalia Joseph from Stallions. And in lane 7, from Burnley, Maisha Tobias. Lots of heavy action going on in the triple jump men. And the first heat for the girls under 20 is under starters orders.
And they're up and running. The athlete of Memphis Pioneers is blazing and pulling away from the field as she heads to the line. Excellent run there by Mills, Imani Mills of Memphis Pioneers, out in lane 5. .22 for Mills, as we could see. How's her mechanics, Ayana?
Yeah, she had very good mechanics. Still a little early transition for me from the drive phase to the maximum velocity phase when she started to get her top speed. But she has that top end speed that made her very difficult to catch in this race.
She's very, very upright. So we're moving on to Heat 2 of the girls under 20 100 meter dash. In lane 2 is Ayesha Redman of One a Week. In lane 3 is Maya Shepard of Phoenix Athletics. In lane 4 is Shante Augustine of MVP. That's another Grenadian club. Lane 5 is Kewes Gomes of IG Fast Lane. In lane 6 is Janae Murray of Concord. And in lane 7 is Talise McCummon of Memphis Pioneers.
I'm looking at the middle of the race, which is 4, 5, and 6, and possibly 7 for your qualifiers to come from. So that will be Augustine, Gomes, Murray, and McCammon, sorry.
The athletes take their mark. And they're up and running. False start again.
I think the starters are rushing the start process just a bit. I don't think he's giving the athlete to settle into the set position, even though it's a position where you're not entirely supposed to be comfortable in. When you're coming up from the on your marks position into the set position, there's a bit of a lag that needs to take place and a lot of settling, because you don't want the athlete to be in motion as the gun goes off.
Somebody gets a red card here.
Lane 2, that is the athlete from One a Week.
Oh my goodness. So that's Ayesha Redman. Very unfortunate for her. I know a lot of coaches will be asking to see what was the issue there. I certainly didn't see.
And unfortunately, these are things that the athletes have to deal with on the international stage.
And they're up and running. It's Augustine of MVP. That's the Grenadian athlete, but she is being challenged by Gomes of IG Fast Lane. And Gomes takes over, and Gomes takes the win in the Heat 2 of the girls under 20 100-meter dash.
Gomes has been running very good throughout this season. So it was almost expected that she would have either won the heat or did very well in order to qualify for in heading into the semifinals.
It was a really good comeback.
Yes, exactly. She was not out. She did not have the best start, but she did really well to transition herself. And you see her top end speed kicking in now.
Yeah.
Front side mechanics, arms going, and she is powering her way to that finish line. As you see, the other athlete from the MVPs has a slight forward lean.
Yeah.
So she's taking away speed from her run.
Yes.
The athlete from IG Fast Lane did a wonderful job. She had a really good race.
We head on to Heat 3 of 4. In lane 2, we have Kanisha Alexis of Concord. In lane 3 is Janicia Chase of Faizabad. In lane 4 is Mariah Second of FAD. In lane 5 is Elena Dekutu of MVP. In lane 6 is Akela Melville of IG Fast Lane. In lane 7 is Jada Gayadine of Memphis. And in lane 8 is Ariel Richardson of One a Week.
This race seems to be somewhat balanced, meaning that you can't tell who may win in this particular heat. I think the only toss-up is because you're not sure exactly how good the athlete from MVP is.
Yeah.
The Grenadians are coming out and they're running, so
Yes.
you never know, but you always have to put them in the mix. You would never want to count them out.
I think Grenada would have chosen their best from that group to come out here and qualify. So
I expect your qualifiers to come from 5, 6, and lane 7. And they're out. And it's the athlete from lane 4. Mariah Second. Mariah is not second today. Mariah is first. Mariah did a wonderful job to power her way to that first qualifying spot in this third heat of the girls under 20 preliminary. Otu look like she got second place. That's the athlete from M. Mariah had a very good start. And so did the athlete from IG Fast Lane, which is Akela Melville.
really long strides.
Long strides, but not the best mechanics. But at this point in time,
It's
Mariah
enough.
was taking the win.
It's enough for the win.
Fourth and final heat. Final preparations for this fourth final heat for the girls under 20 100-meter dash. In lane 2, facing the starter, to Helia Lewis from Genesis. In lane 3, we have Janessa Rodriguez from Stallions. In lane 4, Jaden Bolden. She is running unattached. Lane 5, we have Nathaniela King of the Concord Athletics. Adelia Blades is in lane 6 for the Abilene Wildcats. Kiara Balchan of Mountain Eagles in lane 7, and in lane 8, Charisma Thomas of Memphis Pioneers. Looking at possibly lane 7 and lane 4.
And they're off to a pretty good start.
And it's the athlete from the unattached athlete in lane 4, as I said.
That's Jaden Bolden.
Jaden Bolden, followed by Nathaniela King. Wonderful job for Natalia Endel. She's primarily a long jumper, so she looks very competent here today.
I always say the type of training that a long jumper goes through is really good for sprinting.
Typically, a long jumper is always that clutch person you put into the 4x1
Yes.
relay. But today, Nathaniela did a wonderful job. Bolden taking the race. Bolden looks very efficient, transitioning through our powering stage of the final phases of the last 100 meters. Nathaniela giving chase, and it was Adelia Blades following in third position for that finish.
So we head to the boys under 20 100 meter dash. The events are rolling. Will standard is 10.55. So if they are looking to make any teams, this will be the time to run, and anything under. We have 5 heats in these prelims. In lane 2, we have Rashawn Thompson of Abilene Wildcats. In lane 3 is Sherman Gibbs of South City, Grenada. In lane 4 is Adrian Bailey, he's running unattached. In lane 5 is Kareem Solomon of Simplex. In lane 6, it's Benedict Russell of Cougars. In lane 7 is Denzel Williams of Concord. And in lane 8 is Cardell Coffey of Superior Athletics. Again, this is heat 1 of 5 of the boys under 20 100 meter dash.
Lane 4 seems vacant, so it's Adrian Bailey. Looking at lane 5, Kareem, for the person to watch in this heat. Kareem Solomon out of Simplex. Oh, there is an athlete in lane 4.
Oh. It's Adrian Bailey.
Yes,
Unattached.
he is there. He is there. So I'm guessing we are looking at Adrian Bailey and Kareem Solomon for this heat.
So expect to see some heat in these races, as we're expecting these athletes to run under 11 seconds. Their standard is 10.55. So we're looking forward to seeing some blazing times. Again, it's the top 2 in each heat will advance, plus the next 6 best times.
These are the top 2 in each heat, plus the next 6 best times advance to the semi-final round. We're looking at lane 4 and 5 for your qualifiers.
And they are off. It's the athlete of Simplex. That's Solomon, blazing down the field, looking pretty comfortable there for easy win, 10.68.
Flash time, very fast. he had an effective start. Very good reaction, very good drive face, and very good transition.
With each step, you saw him pulling away from the rest of the athletes.
Better mechanics than the rest of the field.
Oh, yeah.
Knees are coming up. Just a slight crossing of the body of the arms, but
Yeah.
he's efficient for what how he ran here today.
Oh, yes.
Just needs to get a little bit faster. He's very close to that World Junior standard of 10.55.
So we move on to Heat 2. Yana will give you the lane assignments.
In Heat 2 of 5 preliminary rounds, we have Jaziel James in lane 1 from Lightning Speed, Jonathan Laldio from Stallions in lane 2. In lane 3, we have Samuel Green from Fusion Athletics. Lane 4, we have Ethan Sam from MVP. In lane 5, we have Israel DeVertile. He is running unattached. In lane 6, Zion Sylvester, Neon Wolves. In lane 7, Elisha Sylvester from Simplex. And in lane 8, it's Tristan Caesar from One a Week. Is it just me? Listen to people.
So James 1, Laudio 2, Green 3, Sam in 4, Sylvester in 7, and Caesar in 8.
No DeVertile and no Sylvester. In 5 and 6, lanes are empty.
Time to beat now is 10.68. Set by Kareem Solomon. And they are off. That's Green. Firing. Very effective performance there by Green. Samuel Green of Fusion Athletics. We await his time. 10.73. Not as fast as Solomon, but Ayana, you could run me through the mechanics of this one.
Yes, he has good mechanics. The first part of his race was excellent. Coming down to the last part of the race, he wasn't doing what he should have been doing efficiently. He wasn't powering through. It looks like his speed maintenance needs a little bit of work, so he didn't run the way I would expect him to based on how he started. So I mean, he's a little ways off the national junior standard, but he has made it into the semifinals.
So we head on to Heat 3 of 5. In lane 1, we have Jadeon Dick of Mason Hall. In lane 2 is Marque Davis of Memphis. In lane 3 is Chesson Liber of St. Kitts. In lane 4 is Jaron Yiloy of Phoenix Athletics. In lane 5 is Jaden Phillips of Zenith Athletics. In lane 6 is Jafari Farrell of Simplex. In lane 7 is Shondell Balkaran, of Stallion. And in lane 8 is Tahir Chance of Concord. So Dick 1, Davis 2, Liber 3, Yiloy 4, Phillips 5, Farrell 6, Balkaran 7, and Chance in 8. who's it going to be? The athletes take their mark. The fastest preliminary time thus far is 10.68 and then 10.73. The 10.68 was Kareem Solomon. Up and running. False start again. Another false start for the evening. This is about 5 or 6 false starts for the evening in these preliminary rounds. And these athletes are getting the international standard. One and done.
Don't see a blatant false start. But like we've been saying all evening, the equipment will tell the officials exactly what's going on with the athletes at the start. As they walk back, waiting judgment from the officials, and it is lane 2 who is in violation of the false. Oh, sorry, lane 3. Violation of the false start. Clearly see the confusion on the athlete, questioning what's going on, why he's being disqualified. And he is disputing the rulings of the official. In heat 3, the athlete that is disputing the disqualification is Chasson Lebird from St. Kitts.
Oh, yeah.
We are waiting to see if the disqualification stands. And it does.
Oh,
He is been eliminated. And you could see the frustrations as she walks away.
Coming quite from St. Kitts to run and qualify and make a time, and being disqualified is very unfortunate. But it happens on a big stage.
Now we have 7 athletes under starters orders. And they're off. First 3 to separate themselves, the athletes from Simplex. And it's the athlete from Simplex taking the win.
That's Jafari Farrell. Farrell with 10.87 and Eloy with 10.91.
He got into his running phase fairly early, but still had enough of his top end speed to finish just ahead of his competitor in lane 4.
Yeah, that's Jaron Eloy of Phoenix Athletics. So a lot of action here at the Hazley Crawford Stadium. We are doing the boys under 20 100 meter dash, and we are on to heat 4 of 5. And in this heat, we have Cristiano Austin of QRC. In lane 3, it's Daniel John of Burnley. In lane 4 is Omar Mackenzie of Tranquility. In lane 5 is Zacchaeus Charles of Point Fortin New Jets. In lane 6 is Denion Williams of Zenith Athletics. And in lane 7 is Moses Flanders of Faizabad. And in lane 8 is Liddell Baptiste of MAP. Austin 2, John 3, Mackenzie 4, Charles 5, Williams 6, Flanders 7,
Point Fortin New Jet, Zacchaeus Charles. We have Damian Williams from Zenith Athletics. And in lane 8, Liddell Baptiste from MAP. They are under status orders. Look for Mackenzie and Charles in lane 4 and 5 to be the ones to watch in this heat.
and they are off.
And it's Charles.
Pulling away from the field.
And
Blazing down the track.
It's Charles from John, QRC, and followed by, Charles from Austin from QRC, followed by John.
Charles with a 10.89. As you can see, that's the unofficial time.
Charles had a good start, literally no dry face. He just got up and was running. But he had enough to power through and demolish the rest of this field. He has very good top end speed, and that would make him difficult to catch at the end.
Oh, yeah.
And it was John who got second place in that heat, followed by Cristiano Austin from QRC. The heat 5 of 5 in these preliminaries. So this is your final heat in this event for the boys under 20 100-meter dash at the NGC N3 ATT Junior and Senior Championships 2024. These junior athletes are vying for positions and spots on the World Under 20 Championship to be held in Lima, Peru later this year. In Heat 5, we have athletes lanes filled from lane 2 to 8. In lane 2, we have Tyrell Dimsoy. Lane 3, it's Nicholas Bob. Tyrell Dimsoy is from Faizabad, apologies. Nicholas Bob is from Cougars. Emilio Bishop in lane 4, Lions, and this club is out of Grenada. In lane 5, we have Sidney Gibbs from MAP. In lane 6, Jeremiah John, unattached. Lane 7, Kayla Prince from Memphis Pioneers. And in lane 8, Clyde Rudder from Stallions. Definitely looking at Gibbs and possibly Bishop, lane 4 and 5. Bishops from Lions and Gibbs from MAP to be the ones to watch in this heat. on looks like a good candidate as well.
The athletes take their mark. Dimsoy 2, Bob 3, Bishop 4, Gibbs 5, St. John 6, Prince 7, and Rudder in 8. And another false start. There's so many false starts for the evening. So we await the officials to see who would be the unlucky athlete here.
Ooh, lane 2 and lane 7 look like very suspect starts to me. But
So the official just gave lane 5. That's Gibbs, Sydney Gibbs of MAP.
very unfortunate. He was one of the athletes who could have definitely had the potential to make it out of the rungs into the semi-final heat.
So he headed over to the officials to see. And that's it for him this evening. And we proceed without Gibbs in lane 5. Let's see.
I did
I
not
didn't
see
it
him
as
move.
well. I did not see it as well.
I did not see him move. I saw lane 2,
Lane
the
2,
athletes from
yeah.
Cougar, and the athletes in lane 7,
Yeah.
which is very surprising. And they're off. And it's the athlete
Bishop.
from Bishop out of Lions, Grenada.
Just nipping the line at 10.71 unofficially.
And we watched the replay as Bishop's very good start and very good transition phase, getting into his maximum velocity phase, running very well, very efficient. Very good race for Bishop. With all these false starts that are taking place, I'm not quite sure the athletes know the options that are available to them when it comes to running under protest.
Right.
If you are not, if you do not agree with the starters or the officials' opinion, whether you false started or not, you can still run under protest. Chances are
Yeah.
you may get through or you may not. It's a 50-50.
Yeah.
You can still run and still have a time down, even though you may be disqualified after the fact. But at the end of the day, you have to give yourself the opportunity to qualify, give yourself all options
Yeah.
to qualify. So and like I mentioned earlier, these athletes are young athletes. So we saw a lot of false starts in the
yeah.
under 17 category. And a lot of coaches, unfortunately, don't tell the athletes what their options are when it comes to races like these.
Definitely.
And it now you can see the downfall of that lack of knowledge, because now you have athletes being disqualified left and right, and they're not given the opportunity to protest. They're not given the opportunity to say, well, I want to run under protest regardless
Yeah.
of what your equipment says, even though it may end in my disqualification after the fact. It still helps you in terms of how your feedback, your data, if you know what you need to work on during your race and stuff like that. But
So this is the start of the men's 100-meter prelims. in lane 2, Williams 2, 3, Edwards, Stewart 4, Moore in 5, Graham in 6, and Nelson in 7. And they are off. It's a really good start there by Moore of Memphis. But pulling away from him is Graham of UTT Patriots. But look at Stewart of Guyana. That's Akeem Stewart representing Guyana with the win. 10.72 unofficial.
As we look at this replay, look at Akeem Stewart's start. He was the last person out of the blocks.
Yes.
He fell asleep, but he had enough experience and enough strength to transition himself into the lead. Now, ideally, that's not what you want your athlete to do.
Exactly.
You want them to have an even pace race. You want them to have a good start, good transition, and good ending. But when those things happen, that takes a lot of experience to not panic when you come out of the block last, not panic when you have a bad start. And he did just that on a wonderful, wonderful execution for his race and powered in and come to actually win the heat.
So the Olympics game standard for the 100-meter dash is 10.00. It's 10 flat. So athletes, in order for them to run the 100 flat, they need to make 10.00 or lower.
And to be very honest with you, it's going to be very difficult for a lot of athletes to achieve this standard.
Oh, yeah. I think this standard is really...
It's
high.
tough.
Yeah.
It is immensely tough. So while we wish them all the best, we also know it's an uphill battle in order to get this done.
And as the years go by, the times keep going lower and lower.
Yes, the standard has dropped quite significantly in the past few years, and it's made it quite difficult for some athletes from some regions to try and qualify for these major games. So this is heat 2 of the men 100-meter dash. In lane 2, we have Josiah Franklin from Burnley. Lane 3, Danion Alexis from Point Fortin, New Jets. Raheem McCalman in from lane 4 from Simplex. Jaden D'Souza from Phoenix Athletics is in lane 5. Daria Guy from Stallions in lane 6. Jahi Hernandez from Abilene Wildcats is in lane 7. And Trayvon Scott from UTT Patriots in lane 8. And they're out. Wow. Okay, so if I'm understanding correctly, the sensors on the starting blocks are working. They're working, but apparently they're working too well. I think this is the first time they've used the equipment since the Commonwealth Youth Games was hosted here last year. And I think this is showing a lot of the faults that the athletes have in the lack of not patience, not just patience, but the lack of experience required to use the equipment. A lot of the athletes are not exposed to using blocks with sensors.
Yeah.
And now you've seen all the flaws that they've been carrying throughout the season are now showing up at these championships. All the other races where you could have gotten away with twitching and shaking and moving and even early starts, now you're getting caught. Wow.
A warning.
Warning for the entire field.
Thank goodness. Because I'm starting to feel it for these athletes.
Yeah.
Especially when we look at the replays and we're actually not seeing.
Yes.
And they're off. A really good start there by the athlete in lane 5. But he's been taken over by the athlete of Simplex. That's McCalman. Excellent run there. 10.47 unofficial for McCalman of Simplex.
Yes, the athlete in lane 5, D'Souza, had a wonderful, phenomenal start. And look where the athlete from Simplex came back from. This is a running theme right now. The athletes who are sleeping in the blocks are the ones with the most top-end speed.
Yeah.
Now, if these athletes could actually get their races together and
the
great starts and great endings, the times will come.
Yeah.
You have to get your race together, especially when it matters, and it matters now.
So that was 10.49 for McCalman. So that's basically, well, it's not Olympics game standard, but it's the fastest time of the heats thus far.
So this is going to be the third preliminary of the men's 100-meter dash at the NJC N3ATT Junior and Senior Champs 2024. All these men are vying for qualifying standards and positions on the Trinidad and Tobago Olympic team. In lane 2, we have Joshua Raymond representing Stallions. Anton Griffith, lane 3 from Simplex. Lane 4, we're supposed to have a Mary Prescott from Concord. He was phenomenal throughout the collegiate season. It's unfortunate not to be able to see him here today. We have Marcus Purcell in lane 5 from Memphis Pioneers. Jeremy Charles from Point Fortin, New Jersey in lane 6. Sherlan King, who is unattached, in lane 7. And in lane 8, Nathaniel Lee from Alpha Athletics. Had Mary been able to face the starter, he would have definitely been one to watch. But as it stands, we are looking at Marcus Purcell and Charles from Point Fortin, New Jersey. Charles and Jeremy. Jeremy Charles and Purcell. Purcell, your winner from Memphis Pioneers.
10.51 unofficially. So it will be 10.54. And Charles with 10.
Lane 5 and 6 had really good starts. Very efficient running from Charles. I'm sorry, from Purcell.
Purcell.
I believe Purcell is also on the collegiate circuit, but I am not sure what school he goes to. Definitely have to do some research on him. But he looks like a very good contender for the finals.
Oh, yeah.
Winning his heat. On to heat 4. Heat 4 facing the starter now. We have lane 2. We have Makayev Ballantyne from Alpha Athletics. Dylan Bernard representing the Trinidad and Tobago Defense Force in lane 3. Revel Webster from Concord Athletics and Liberty University. Representing in lane 4, we have Elijah Simmons from Simplex. In lane number 5, DeAndre John from Stallions in lane 6. Rice Boyson from Mountain Eagles in lane 7. And Akini Spencer from Stallions in lane 8. Definitely the ones to watch in this race would be lane 3, Bernard. Lane 4, Webster. And lane 5, Simmons. Not counting out the start athletes from Stallions and Mountain Eagles in lane 6 and 7 respectively. So this is a fully loaded heat. Oh, no lane 6, sorry. So no DeAndre John and no Akini Spencer. But looking at the middle of your field for your top qualifiers.
Another false start, or another issue.
I am of the opinion, let me state, of the opinion, I think the starter is being a bit rushed with the whole process of the starts. But I'm not seeing blatant false starts.
There's no false start there.
We're hoping there's no false start because we are coming down to these preliminaries, the fourth and fifth preliminaries are where your faster athletes are coming from.
Yeah.
So we're hoping that we have no false starts from here, no eliminations from these heats.
I hope it's a green card. I'm not seeing false starts
And
there.
he is saying no. The athlete who in question is Dylan Bernard. He's refusing to believe that he false starts, going over to check the equipment, to view the reading. Waiting to see whether he will accept the decision or run under protest.
And Bernard is representing the Trinidad and Tobago Defense Force. And they're running the race without him. It's very disappointing there for Bernard. And they're off. Pulling away from the field. It's Webster of Concord.
And you see the replay between Revel Webster and Elijah Simmons. Revel had a better transition than Simmons, but Simmons has very good mechanics, and Revel had good mechanics too to kind of hold on to their position. Top 2 in each heat qualifies, so they are through to the semis.
So we move on to Heat 5, out 5. Heat 2, we have Tay Koyat of UE. In lane 3, we have Andre Macano running unattached. In lane 4, we have Nolex Holder, Guyana. In lane 5, it's Darrell Brown running with the Trinidad and Tobago Masters Association. In lane 6, we have Cyrus Charles of Point Fortin New Jets. In lane 7, it's Darvin Sandy of Alpha Athletics. And in lane 8 is Simon Jerry running unattached.
Okay, this heat is one of the more unique heats we're watching. Andre Macano in lane 3, the Winter Olympian.
Oh, yes, yes.
Okay,
Yes.
so he has that speed required to push a bobsled.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Darrell Brown, our very own Darrell Brown. It is so wonderful to see him back out on the track. Darrell Brown still has the national junior record of 10 flat.
Wow.
So it is good to see him back out here. He is at the age where he can represent the Masters Athletics. And I know he will do a phenomenal job. I'm really looking forward to seeing this.
Oh, yes. And this, you could always see the love for track and field with these athletes, to still be at it.
Of course.
So the athletes take their mark.
Definitely the ones to watch in this heat. Obviously, Mr. Meccano, Andre Meccano in lane 3, Nolex Holder in lane 4, Daryl Brown, and I have Cyrus Charles in lane 6. So the middle of your track, the middle of the field is where you're looking at your qualifiers. Ooh. Okay, so I actually
stand
saw,
up.
I saw the first. I saw the little twitch.
A twitch.
I actually saw the twitch there. And it came from Daryl Brown. I saw the twitch.
Let's see.
As we watch the replay. Yep, you see it
Yes.
from Daryl. Daryl had the twitch, but the experience kept him there.
Kept him there.
So even though he twitched, I'm pretty sure his feet did not move from the sensors on the blocks. So that's the difference. That's where a lot of the athletes are getting that's why they keep getting caught. Because when you twitch, your legs move. But your experience after being here, and Daryl is one of a veteran, he will know how to keep himself steady. You want to be in a position ready to go. But at the same time, you will not allow yourself for your feet to leave those blocks before the time.
So that was a green card there. So giving them the first warning and they're okay to go. Let's see, who's it going to be? Another issue there with the starter.
I don't think I saw any blatant movement. I know lane 1 was left in the block, so I don't think there was any blatant movement from the other competitors in this heat.
So we see our first athlete out of the blocks was Andre Meccano. As you said, he does have that speed of pushing that bobsled. So you know he should be very powerful out of the blocks. But it seems that athlete is going to get a red card.
And it is lane 6.
And that's lane
with the violation.
Lane 6, that is Cyrus Charles of Point Fortin, New Jets. There will be a lot of objections for this race.
We can actually hear the supporters' objections from
there will be
in the song booth.
For a lot of the races, as a matter of fact, I think a lot of coaches are probably going to the back there and trying to figure out what's going on.
I wouldn't be surprised if we have a lot of protests being lodged for athletes to be reinstated for later on.
And they're off. Excellent start by...
This is starting to be ridiculous. This is really ridiculous now.
I believe there's an issue with the starter. Most of the races that were replayed, we did not see.
Any blatant movement by the athletes. Agreed. So now
I think they need to get this sorted out before
the semifinals and the finals. Exactly.
Some races will need to run over.
Because if a lot of athletes do lodge protests, that now instead of having your traditional 2 or 3 semifinals, it will be a 4 semifinal race. Because now you want these athletes to have a fair and equal opportunity to try and make it to the finals. And that would make qualification even more difficult because you have to take less people from each semifinal round.
Wow. So he's standing in the lane
7. Is it lane 7? Lane 8. That is Simon Jerry.
Unattached athlete.
And he's also going to check the official and
unfortunate.
the equipment to verify what the movement was.
I mean, you're training all year and you're anticipating the national championships.
And it's one of those difficult situations that unfortunately an athlete may have to face at some point in their career. This is something that you have to train for.
And I guess he's okay. He's okay with it.
I don't think he's okay, but he has to accept it. And this is definitely one of the more controversial trials we've had in quite some time. I mean, it is an Olympic year, so people are trying to come out here and do exactly what they're trying to do exactly what they've been training to do.
Yes. And it happens to the best.
It happens to the best, and you can't get out of the first round, and it's hard. And they are finally off. And
excellent start by Holder. Pulling away from the field. Darrell Brown in second and Meccano in third.
No, here's the kicker with this heat. Even though Holder won the heat, Holder is a regional athlete. He's a non-national. So he is going to be qualified. Even though he qualifies to the semifinals, he will not be able to participate into the final. Darrell Brown is the first national athlete in this race. So he's going to qualify into the semi-final round as a national athlete. And I see classic Darrell Brown here in this heat. Yeah. Classic Darrell. Darrell's always had that easy cadence, that easy stride, that easy running motion that makes it look so effortless when he runs.
Most definitely.
And I know when he gets going, it's going to be, I am looking forward to the semi-final rounds.
Yeah.
Can you see semi-final time?
So that's a 10.46 for Darrell Brown. And 10.32 unofficially for Holder of Guyana. Meccano with 11.03. So that was it for the men 100-meter dash preliminary rounds. The next event will be the boys under 17 3,000-meter run, followed by the women 3,000-meter run as well.
I think it's been probably one of the best seasons I had so far in my career. There most definitely was some ups and downs, but however, I've been working with my coaches, working with my trainers, with the team, and just working through things, I think this season I really grew mentally and spiritually as an athlete, and it really helped me to overcome challenges in all various forms and try to help others in my team to, be better. So that is something that I really, I'm happy about that, and I hope that I'll be able to continue to develop in terms of that aspect. Well, first of all, being an international student athlete, being away from home, you don't have that immediate family support. That's a big plus for people who have it. Then you're balancing school, you're balancing your personal life, you're balancing track. It is sometimes it could get very hectic. Just dealing with life in general. You might train this way or plan this, and then things may come your way that may defer your blessings or hinder your plans. And sometimes it's really hard because track and field is a big risk. You could give your all and mightn't get the result that you want, and somebody else could come and join your sport and excel really fast. So I think is the mental aspect of it is very important, and I think that just staying positive throughout is necessary, because you ever watch these big athletes. I watch stuff on Netflix about Neymar and David Beckham and all those big athletes, about how stuff is on the outside of their life with social media and relationships and stuff. Those are the kind of stuff that people don't really talk about when they see somebody run. When they see somebody run 10 seconds on the track, thinking, oh, I could do that, I could run, but it's much more than that. It's a lot of 6 a.m.s waking up to go and do work before going to class and then going to practice after, and then you have to study your nutrition. You have to stay consistent, you know, having to say no to friends and having to sacrifice. A lot of sacrifices you have to make, and you're doing all of this in a different country, different climate, different coach. Sometimes your coach leave, different program, and it really boils down to you. This is, even though it is you have a team and you train with a club, it's an individual performance, you know. So it really comes down to your mind, and this year I've been working on my mental strength, and it has helped me in a tremendous way.
So what advice could you give to young athletes who looking up at you and want to do what you do?
I think believe in yourself for sure. I know you've heard it time and time again, but it's just true. You have to keep working hard. I have to stay consistent and focus on yourself, you know. Keep God in the center of all that you do, and just do things the right way. You know, some people might excel faster than you in your younger years, but when I was a junior athlete, a juvenile, I wasn't on top. I remember sitting down in the stands watching the finals. Now I in the finals, I was one of the contenders. So I think it just goes into, you know, having to believe in yourself and, you know, really trusting your coach, especially, you know, and just doing the right things, being responsible off the track. You know, we have probably trained for 4 hours, 24 hours in a day. That 20 hours you are responsible. So don't make it hard for your coach to do what you have to do, be responsible, and just, you know, enjoy the grind as much as possible. So that's my advice I'll give to them.
Thank you so much. All the best.
Okay, of course.
His Pioneers, he had a time of 50.16 seconds. In lane 6 will be Sheilon Gordon from RSX Phoenix. He had a qualifying time of 50.22 seconds. In lane 7 would be Michaelan Woods from IG Fast Lane with a time of 50.58 seconds, and your lane 8 will be Corda Lewis from Week with a qualifying time of 50.52 seconds. Those are your qualifiers for the boys under 17 400 meter dash. For the girls under 20 400 meter dash, I will be reading in the order of their lane placements for the finals tomorrow. In lane 1 will be Deja Acosta, Fulfilling Athletic Dream, FAD, which she qualified with a time of 1.04 seconds. In lane 2 will be Calicia Aquilera from Tranquil Government Secondary. She had a qualifying time of 1.02.89 seconds. In lane 3 will be Tanika Clement from Genesis Athletic Club. She had a qualifying time of 101.74 seconds. In lane 4, Amaya Mitchell from the Abilene Wildcats. She had a qualifying time of 1 minute 00.32 seconds. In lane 5 will be Natalia Eastman from RSX Phoenix. She had a qualifying time of 58.69 seconds. In lane 6 would be Kiori Robley. She's from Kaizen Panthers Athletics Club. She had a qualifying time of 58.62 seconds. In lane 7 would be Diamond Paul from Point Fortin New Jets. She had a qualifying time of 59.47 seconds. And in lane 8 would be Akila Sayers from the Memphis Pioneers with a qualifying standard of 1.01.99 seconds. On the track at the moment, it is the boys under 17 3,000 meter run. And they are off. 7.5 laps for these athletes to complete. And your competitors in this race are Christopher Sami from QRC, Jeremy Samaru from RJRT, so is Richard Jones running. In lane 3, it's Jade and Alexander from Richard Jones running. In lane 4, it's Isaiah Alder from Cougars. We have Rayon Murray from lane 5, Rayon Murray from RSS Phoenix. Amani Dillon from Burnley Athletics. Jafari Spence from Mercury Athletics. Jahari Nancis from RSX Phoenix, and Olatunji Tate from RSX Phoenix. Those are your competitors in the boys under 17 3,000 meters. They have 7 laps to go.
So taking an early lead is Isaiah Alder of Cougars, and he's followed by Amani Dillon of Burnley. So right now, Alder has about a 20-meter lead. Is he going to hold it throughout the entire race? Is he going to fade away?
Now, while my expertise is sprints,
Yeah.
I will not be so presumptuous as to say what the outcome of this race could possibly be.
Right.
But in my experience, usually when an athlete takes it out early, very rarely does the pack catch back to overtake. Now, you can see that happening on the international stage with the elite athletes.
Yeah.
Because at that point in time, everybody knows exactly what the race pace is, what the technique is, what the race plan is. Because when you're looking at a 3,000 meters, anything over 1,500 meters requires tactics. Sorry, let me say.
Yeah.
Let me rephrase that. 800 and up requires tactics, because it's not just about flat out running. This is definitely where pace comes into play. So you cannot go out there and just lose your brain cells and just run like a crazy person. You have to run with a certain pace, know exactly how fast you are running lap by lap, and know if you're off your pace, on your pace, or if you need to pick up.
Yeah.
Now, in most cases, when an athlete takes it out, chances are the athlete has the confidence that they could hold the pace that they're running. And they're banking on the hope that the athletes behind them will not have the necessary energy or the necessary stamina required to catch them back if they open a wide enough lead.
Yes.
So we have the athlete from Cougars with a very close to 50-meter
50,
lead
yeah,
on the rest of the field, and that's 50 meters from first to second, and it's almost 50 meters from second to third and fourth. So you're watching this tactic, and we're assuming it would work. But if the athlete in the lead continues on his pace and he knows his own race strategy and trusts his race strategy, trusts his training, I think he can actually do exactly what he's setting out here to do, which is to take the race from the front, lead from the front, and finish in first place.
And he's going really well. I'll see he's doing his breathing. He's holding his lead, so that means he's not dropping his pace. Also, the Burnley athlete is in the same, drop back a little bit, but they're still holding on. I mean, there's still time for either the second, third, and fourth place to move up.
And also I think, given the fact that had the second place athlete to stay with him in the earlies, it probably would have had a different impact, or probably the race is not over, so I can't say an outcome, but it may have a different impact on how he progressed through the race. Because in some cases, even though it may not be your race plan, observing what is going on with you may be the best strategy to say, well, I time to change the race plan mid-race just to make myself in good position in case I need to kick, or if the person who I'm running with has a better kick than me.
Isaiah is running really well with just about 5 minutes on the clock with 2 laps to go. And he expanded his lead. The lap before it was 50 meters, now it's 100.
Close to, yeah.
So he's going really well. Burnley athlete Amani Dillon fell back, followed by the QRC athlete in that 3rd position. So once Isaiah Alder keeps this pace, then that's it for him.
Yeah, definitely. I'm not aware of the standard that he is chasing, and I need to do my research on that. But if it's just for the win, he is definitely on his way to doing that. They have 3 laps left. And there's a very, very good chance that he may lap the athlete that is in last place at the moment.
With just 2 laps to go for Alder, representing Cougars. I'm sure he's stirring up some excitement in the crowd right now.
Now, based on where the athlete in 2nd and 3rd are, if the athlete in 3rd position, which is in a position to actually be, he could probably give chase and move his position up into 2nd. If he maintains what he's doing and just closes the gap or go a little faster each lap, but time is running out, you only have 2 laps left and you don't want to have so much work to do when it comes to the last lap or the bell lap that you have to literally be running, and at that point in time you're running on fumes if you didn't follow your race plan. So as we look at the athlete from Cougars, who is Isaiah Alder, Isaiah is on good pace to lap the athletes ahead of him, 110 meters ahead of the 2nd place athlete. Very even pace.
So just 1 lap.
He's coming up to his bell lap.
And he is holding that lead. I think it's going to be a very comfortable win for Isaiah Alder of Cougars.
We have Amani Dillon in 2nd place from Burnley, and Christopher Sami from QRC, it looks to be in 3rd position. And as expected, he is definitely going to lap the athletes in last place. He's lapping 2 athletes, and he hasn't increased his pace on the 2nd lap.
So this race is definitely Alder's. If Dillon from Burnley even wanted to attempt, he would have had to try that 2 or 3 laps prior.
Yes, exactly.
So here he comes, picking up the pace.
And he is kicking.
Coming home strong, the crowd is roaring. Excellent run there by Alder in his pink spikes, 9.32 unofficially for him. Very outstanding performance there by Isaiah Alder of Cougars. And here's the athlete from Burnley, but he's being challenged by the athlete of QRC.
See, that's exactly what I was talking.
Sami is coming. Oh, it seems to be the athlete of Burnley. He had enough in the tank.
And that's what I mentioned prior in the lap before. He was in a position, he was close enough where he needed to be in case he needed to kick to catch.
Yes.
That 2nd place position. And here comes another race to the finish.
Another battle.
Oh, the athlete from RJR was not having it.
So we have 3 more athletes on the field, on the track. Sorry. And he's finishing strong. He's lifting those legs. And he's coming home like a marching band.
High knees. High knees.
I commend every athlete who is in a position of last, but still continues and finishes their race and even gives effort even at the last moment.
And I think that any coach worth their salt will tell their athlete it is, unless you are hurt or injured,
Yes.
stopping is not an option. Because even though in cases where you finish last in a race, it bodes well for your development because you know exactly where you stand, you know exactly what you're capable of. And when you look forward to the next season, you know exactly what you need to put in the work for off season when it comes to seasons for 2025. So you don't want to just go out there and just not put out that effort. Put out the effort and see exactly where you are, exactly where you stand, so you'll know exactly how hard you need to work to improve for the upcoming season.
I remember running in Abilene Wildcats back in my day. We did a 4x4 relay. And I started off the race and did pretty well. Onto the second person, pretty well. And the guy in the third position, he's usually a 100-meter athlete, but he decided that he was going to run very slow. And the coach at the time actually kicked him out of the club.
Oh, wow. That's what they call an honest effort. There's a thing called honest effort. Honest effort when it comes to track, honest effort when it comes to any kind of event or any kind of sport that you do. That's something that's required. And in some sports, actually penalize you when they realize you're not actually giving 100%. You're not doing honest because
it's teamwork.
So in a situation like that, coach was like, "No, we're not having it." But that, I mean, when it comes to team events, you always want to make sure you do your part for the team. Like I said prior, unless you're hurt, stopping is not an option. So you cannot go out there and just run half pace when everybody else is running down to board and all out. It's definitely not fair.
So on the track right now, we have the women 3,000 meter run. One, we have Serenity Nancis of RSS Phoenix. And 2, we have Nashika Samuel of RSS Phoenix. In lane 3, it's Christine George of RJRT. In lane 4 is Sophia Samaru of RJRT. In lane 5 is Gloria Henry of RSS Phoenix. In lane 6, Ashley Thomas of RJRT. In lane 7, Miranda Hamilton of Genesis. In lane 8, Felicia Aguilera of Tranquility. In lane 9 is Kenya Mwe of RSS Phoenix. In lane 10 is O'Shea Cummings of Zenith Athletics. And in lane 11 is Diane Denny of RJRT. In lane 12 is Shanika Gotai of Toko Tafak. And in 13 would be Denora George. And she's running unattached. And they are off.
These athletes took off like it was 800 meters. I hope they realize they have 7 laps to go.
So I think in the lead right now is Gloria Henry of RSS Phoenix. And Zenith athlete, that would be Cummings. So right now it's Cummings and Henry with the early lead. So that's Cummings and Henry on the field, RSS Phoenix and Zenith. They have the early lead. Pretty early to tell right now. So just about 7 more laps to go.
So you see a different tactic being applied here in comparison to the men's 3000, where you have groups separated by groups. So you have the first group, which is first and second place, followed by the second group, which is third and fourth. And then we have separation for fifth and sixth, followed by a group at the back, for the back of the field.
So in the lead right now, we have Cummings of Zenith, and she is trailed by Gloria Henry. So Cummings is starting to do her pull away right now.
But it's still early in the race. They only have 6 laps left, and they are both in striking position. It's not an outright runaway.
So if you're just tuning in, this is the NGC Entry ATT National Junior and Senior Championships right here at the Hazley Crawford Stadium. It's also the road to Paris. My name is Jay Brown, and I am here with Ayana Hutchinson, Britain. So today was such an action-packed day. So a lot of veteran athletes, right?
Yes.
Rennie Kwame surprised us in the 400 meters today. We saw Darrell Brown as well.
Women's 3,000 meters, and we see a little bit more separation now between first and second place. So the athlete from Zenith, which is O'Shea Cummings, has extended her lead. Extended her lead away from Henry from RSX Phoenix. Open up a almost 30 to 40 meter lead on Henry. There's O'Shea Cummings. Easy stride, even pace.
Just about 4 laps to go for Cummings and Henry. So Cummings is coming around to her third lap, and she's about to lap some of these athletes.
So Shay Cummings, your leader on screen right now. And this is Henry from RSX Phoenix in your second place. And there's another RSX Phoenix athlete in third place. But the order as it's in it, RSX Phoenix second and third. And it's starting to look reminiscent of the men's 3000 now, where there's a substantial gap being opened up between first and second.
Cummings seems to be lapping the entire field.
She's now coloring the group that was at the back of the pack. And she is running a very even pace race that is open.
As soon as you start to get warm and into the race, that's when you know you get your momentum. So that's exactly what's going on with Cummings right now, as she really extended that lead. And she looks really comfortable.
And now all the RSX Phoenix athletes are bunched together.
So, Yana, what's the longest distance race that you ever ran?
400 meters. I don't understand why you trying to make me. I would never attempt to step out of my lane.
You never did a 5K?
Oh. Okay, so if I did a 5K, it was probably a lot more walking than running. But I remember being in college, we used to do, actually used to run cross country. So the minimum distance coach would allow us to run was a mile. And if you're in terms of metric, that's probably the equivalent of the 1,500 meters given right now. So yeah, but if you're thinking old school, a mile is literally 4 laps around the track.
Yes, it is, yeah.
Right? So when you apply that to like a cross country run, so just picture the savannah, you're running from, let's say, from one end of the savannah to the next.
To the next, yeah.
So that's roughly a mile, give or take.
So one more lap there for Cummings of Zenith Athletics. She's heating up right now, and she has no competition for that top spot. I'm looking for the second place athlete, and I think she's about 300 meters behind at this
roughly.
moment. Here she is, 200 meters to go.
Just
Doing
roughly.
another lap.
She has roughly, give or take, she's coming up close to the 500 meter mark now. And you are looking at your second and third place athletes here from RSX Phoenix.
And here she comes.
Penultimate lap. Is this her lap? Did she receive the bell lap already?
Yeah. This should be her last lap. Yes. Yes, pumping home.
She's done. Yep.
Excellent run there
She,
for Cummings.
it's the antics.
Standing
It's the
like
antics.
Wonder Woman.
These kids are so animated now.
Wow.
Did she just run 3,000 meters? She's moving like
Right?
"Ah,
I mean, she just
another
did
day
a-
at the park, another day at the office.
Wow, that's a really exceptional run there by O'Shea Cummings of Zenith Athletics. So you could hear the crowd, the Tobago crowd,
Cheering her
cheering
on,
her
yes.
on. Yeah.
In addition to the other athletes as well. Now, if you understand how Tobago operates,
Right.
all the athletes from Tobago, regardless of what club you're in.
Oh, yeah.
So they're cheering on Tobago at this point.
Yeah, we here. So we're waiting for the second place.
And here, yes,
Athletes.
second place coming. This is Henry, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, I think it would be Henry and George of RJRT. And she picks up the pace.
Phenomenal top speed for the last part of the race.
So that's second and third.
So the athletes from RSS got up for second and third as the race progressed. And the athlete that we thought was in second actually is finishing in fourth.
Five more athletes on the field right now. Another athlete finishing strong. And I think we have one more athlete to complete this 3,000 meter. And then we will be moving on to the 200 meter prelims for the girls under 17, the boys under 17, girls under 20, boys under 20, and the men and women.
Now, you asked me earlier what was my longest distance I ever run.
Yes.
What's your longest distance?
My longest distance would be a 5K. Yeah, I ran a lot of 5Ks in QRC. We had to do Savannah.
Right.
And they used to include Chancellor into the 5K.
Yeah, after running Chancellor, there is no
Yeah.
kicking at the end. Like, you just pick me up
Yeah.
at the finish line, have the medics waiting at the
That's
stretcher
The
to
kind
put
of
me
races
away.
that will make you cry. But the worst I ever did was a 5K relay. And I got some good bashing for that one because
I can imagine. As we line up athletes for the 200 meters. So we'll start off with the girls under 17 200 meters. We have 5 preliminary rounds for these girls under 17.
So which of your sprints did you enjoy doing the most?
Definitely the 100.
Yeah.
But when we were indoors is the distances are shorter. So
Yeah.
we never used to run a full 100 meters. We used to run 60 meters.
Okay.
Now, if you ask any of my former teammates, they will tell you I love 60 meters. They used to do me so dirty. But what I like about the 60 is it's literally over in the blink of an eye.
Yeah.
It's very short, very quick. And unlike the 100, by the time you do get to top speed, the race is practically
race is
over
over,
because
yeah.
it's only 60 meters.
Yeah.
And 100 meters, that's when you are actually hitting your top speed and looking to do your speed maintenance to hold to the end of the race. But yeah, I love the 60, I love the 100. 200 was not my friend because it was harder.
Yes, it was.
But I understood it was like the least out of the three.
Yeah.
But I still prefer 200 over 400 meters any day.
Oh yeah. I enjoy seeing the look of the bend, of the athletes coming around the bend. It looks really dynamic. And I really enjoyed running the bend as well. But when it comes to the straight and other athletes are stronger than you,
Yeah.
you're just like,
Now the 200 now is it's not as tactical as a longer event.
Yeah.
But you still need to know how to run it efficiently. Because obviously you're not going to be running top speed for that distance.
Yeah.
When you get out and you transition off to the turn, the forces that are against you running around a turn kind of ease off when you get to the 100-meter straight. And when you get to the 100-meter straight, between 100 and 150, that's where you see who have it's either you're dying or you're getting faster. Yeah. So it's
true.
It's one of those races that is either you get either you get the race done in the beginning, or you have enough strength to finish strongly at the end.
The strength like Jareem Richards.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Love to see Jareem running.
He usually does that comeback
at
the final. You know, you don't see him when they start the race.
When it comes to the start of the race, he's definitely in the mix. All the way around the turn, he's in the mix. But that 400-meter strength is where he truly shines. Yeah. And by the time he is on this last part of the race, 100 meters with 50 meters to go, 20 meters to go, he is coming. Yeah. He is coming. And it also reminds me of two athletes I used to love to see to run 100 meters was Kellyanne Batiste. Yeah. And I love to see Sharika Jackson run a 200 meters.
Oh, yeah.
Classic, classic way that they were so efficient over those distances.
Yeah. So going on right now is Jamaica trials. So Sharika is probably blazing tracks right now. We're waiting to see the times that they produce.
I think the 100 meters is today, and I think they probably had prelims for the 200 would start tomorrow. Wow. But 100 meters final is supposed to be going on around now. Wow. And then USA still has their trials going on as well. Wow. But USA trials is a lot longer because I think they started last week.
Yeah, last week,
where they had the women Sha'Carri Richardson and Melissa Jefferson and Twanisha Terry finishing 1, 2, 3 in the women's 100 when they all happened to be training partners. So that was like a big moment for them to actually qualify according to them in spectacular fashion. But it's debatable. 10-8 is good. I'm not going to deny it. It's good. It's very good.
Yeah.
But I'm waiting to see what comes out of Jamaica trials. Because you have the likes of, unfortunately, Elaine Thompson, Hera is suffering from injury at the moment and is unable to compete at the trials or even go to defend her titles, her 100 and 200 meter titles in Paris. But Jamaica does not lack depth. They have the depth. So even if Elaine is not there, even though Elaine is top tier, the other athletes who are stepping up are no slouches.
Oh, yeah.
So it's going to be exciting to see how that the women's 100 meter finals in the Jamaica trials play off.
You can't write them off just yet. And again, exceptional contenders in the relay, the 4x100 as well. So look forward to that. The excitement is definitely heating, building up. So we await the start of the girls under 17 200 meter dash.
I train in Austin, so the heat is just unreal. And so being here is a breath of fresh air and also a change in scenery. Makes it nicer, makes it more relaxed. And I can't tell you how much it is, how good it feels to eat some doubles. I've been having to slow down, but Yeah. So it's nice. I mean, there's a lot of restrictions, but at the same time, I kind of know I have a good gauge of what to take and what not to take. Sometimes I don't even just go down that road. Like, I don't eat red meat because there could be so many steroids in a meat that I have no idea. So I try to stay away from that. And sometimes chicken, I just don't know. I mean, my agents also do a good job of, if I'm not sure of something, I will send them something, be like, what does this look like? What is this? And there's a manual, but at the same time, it's hard because you're kind of paranoid. You're just constantly like, oh, can I take that? Oh, no, I can't take that. Oh, my God. You feel like you're crazy. But yeah, it's a little complicated.
What do you make of the competition around? There's the young Jenny Degans who did quite well. Talking to her just yesterday, she mentioned your name as one looking forward to this duel, this competition. What are your thoughts on this young lady?
Oh my gosh, I think that she is a phenomenal athlete. I think the marks that she's hitting right now, she's a very developed athlete for her age, I would say. And so I'm looking forward to her future. I think she's going to go to a good school, a good team, good people around her that are going to help nurture her like holistically. And that's the most important part. And not just treat her as an athlete, but as a human. And I think that's the kind of care that she's been getting here with Wendell. And so
Standards. Just because I think they have the minimum age for these athletes to compete under 20 is, I think, from 14, if I'm not mistaken, might be the youngest athlete. You tend to get those younger athletes in the longer distances. But the women are chasing a qualifying standard of 11.78 in the 100 meters, and in the 200 meters, they have a standard of 24.35 seconds.
Wow.
Just a few athletes from Trinidad actually are close to that standard. So we'll get an opportunity to see exactly how close they are today and who could outright qualify. Because there's a very possible chance where an athlete could run a qualifying standard in the heats or the preliminary or the semi-final round, and they may not place top 3. But if they do place top 3 and not get the qualifying standard in the final, it actually bodes well as far as selection goes when it comes to the selection for the team, because you actually have that qualifying standard, even though you may not have placed top 3.
So on the field, we have Scotland in 2, Govier in 3, Joseph in 4, Strachan in 5, McLaren in 6, Russell in 7, and Alfred in 8.
Clean start. And it's the athlete from Abilene Wildcats taking the early lead, followed by the athletes in lane 6. That's the athlete from Toko Tafak running well. Here comes the athlete from Cougars, Russell, in lane 7, giving challenge. Very close on the line.
There's a very dominant bend there by Joseph of Abilene Wildcats. So that's the times.
Philip, Hyson, and Patrick. And as you watch the replay, the athlete from Tokotaf seemed to be having a little bit of trouble focusing and drifting a bit in her lane. I hope it's not injury that's allowing her to run that way. But those were your top 3 finishers in that heat. Now for these 200 meters, we are looking at the top 2 in each heat, plus the next 6 best times for the top 16 athletes to advance to the semi-final round.
We move on to heat 2. of 5. In lane 2 is Zakia Phillip of Lions Athletics. In lane 3 is Denicia Fletcher of Zenith Athletics. In lane 4 is Desiree Campbell of Faizabad. In lane 5 is Alicia Sampson of Mason Hall. In lane 6 is Keone Devonish of Phoenix Athletics. In lane 7 is Malana Patrick of Cougars. And in lane 8 is Janicia Harris of Mova Jets. And they are on and racing, blazing around the track. We see our athlete from Phoenix Athletics. That's Keone Devonish. And she's being challenged by the athlete of Cougars, Patrick, pulling away from the field. Excellent running there by Patrick for an easy win, followed by Devonish of Phoenix Athletics. So that's the replay. As we can see, the athlete of Cougars with an early lead out of the blocks, dominating the field as she comes around to the 100-meter mark there, pulling away, and she was being challenged by Devonish, but she held strong. As you can see, her stride and her turnovers pretty well. Very easy, very comfortable win there for Patrick, Malana Patrick of Cougars. It's the Ferris wheel of Movie Town. So we move on to Heat 3, sorry. We move on to Heat 3 of 5. In lane 2, Nenriki Lalian. Lane 3, Akila Kudri, unattached. Lane 4, Jada Jones of Cougars. In lane 5, JL Archibald of Track Blazers. In lane 6, Egypt Regis Benjamin of MVP Inc. in Grenada. In lane 7 is OJ Stewart of Zenith Athletics. And in lane 8, Kimura Young of Abilene Wildcats. This is the girls under 17 200-meter dash, Heat 3. And they are on and rolling, coming around the bend as they head to the 100-meter mark. Is the athlete Regis Benjamin of MVP Inc. And she's pulling away from the field. And right behind her is Stewart of Zenith Athletics. But Regis Benjamin is holding on for the win, followed by Stewart of Zenith Athletics. So we saw Regis Benjamin in the 100-meter earlier on. And she had a really comfortable stride. And she did the exact same thing for the 200-meter. Easy run, arms pumping. Very good mechanics, very good turnovers there by her. For a nice and comfortable win there by the young Egypt Regis Benjamin, representing the 473 MVP Incorporated Club out of Grenada.
We have Heat 4 on the line on track. We have an athlete in lane 1. I would assume that's Jocelyn Queenley from Mover Jets. In lane 3, we have Tashona Pope from Concord, Jewel Gaitan. In lane 4 from Cougars, Michaela Anderson. In lane 5 from Alpha. Lane 6, it's Janisa Alambi from Memphis. And in lane 7, it's Destiny Bartholomew from Point Fortin New Jets. Got the instruction to stand, so they had to reset. And the athlete who was supposed to be in lane 2 was actually in lane 1. So they have to wait on her to readjust her blocks. And that's Jasmine Queenly readjusting her blocks in lane 2 as the Westerby field await. Tomorrow. Heat 4 of 5 under starters orders. And they are underway. And as expected, the athlete from Point Fortin New Jets and Memphis Pioneers.
That looked like Grandison of Alpha Athletics pulling away from the field. Easy win for her. Followed by Alambi of Memphis. 25.31 unofficially. So it's round off to 25.35 and 26.09 for Alambi.
Athletes had very good transition off the turn. Ran an effective bend, transition well off the turn, and power for home. And the athlete from Alpha did just that. She looks very efficient. And it's the athlete in third place, Tashona Pope from Concord. So those are your top 3. Alpha, Memphis, and Cougars on the line. Very important that you run all the way through the line.
So we move on to Heat 5. In 2, Smith of Memphis. Lane 3, Thomas of Mason Hall. 4 is Kidd of Simplex. In 5 is Rivers of Alpha. In 6 is Robley of IG Fastlane. In 7 is Cupid of Zenith Athletics. And in 8, Husband of Cougars.
A lot of athletes are missing from this heat.
Out and running.
Athletes. It's the Zenith Athletics out in front.
That's Cupid. And Cupid is being challenged by Rivers, or Robley actually, of IG Fast Lane, and Rivers has taken the lead. So that would be Hannah Rivers. No, Lakeisha Robley of IG Fast Lane with the win. 25.86, and followed by Zenith's Michaela Cupid in second.
Michaela Thomas from Mason Hall in third position.
So we move on to the boys under 17 200-meter dash. And the same goes, 16 advance, top two each in each heat, plus the next 6 best times.
Right, so in lane 2 of your first heat of these boys under 17 200 meters, we have Daniel Jones from Simplex. In lane 3, it's Dylan Mohammed from Mountain Eagles. In lane 4, it's Theon De Leon from Concord Athletics. In lane 5, it's Josiah Hunt from Abilene Wildcats. In lane 6, it's Rashawn Daniel from MVP Inc. In lane 7, it's Jaquan Douglas from Zenith Athletics. And in lane 8, it's Samson Lewis from Memphis Pioneers. Probably looking at lane 6 and lane 4 as the athletes to watch, but not underestimating the athletes in lane 5 and in 7. And they're off. Athletes making their way around the turn. And it's the athlete from Zenith, Jaquan Douglas, your leader. 80 meters to go, and it's the athlete Daniel from MVP Inc. And the athlete Theon De Leon from Concord Athletics in third position.
23:04 unofficially on the clock. It's the instant replay there.
Nice even start from across the field, but you saw the athlete Douglas making that move early. 150 to go, and he transitioned really well off the turn. You see the lean, things the coaches look for, make sure you have that lean, and he high steps all the way to that first place. He is getting some channels from the athlete from MVP Inc., but it's not enough to catch.
That was really a dominating performance there by Jaquan Douglas of Zenith Athletics. We move on to Heat 2 of the boys under 17 200 meters. In lane 1 is Aaron Ragman of Zenith Athletics. In lane 2 is Nikel Gill of Burnley. In lane 3 is Jeremiah Nanton of Dabadie. In lane 4 is Josiah Semper of Point Fortin New Jets. In lane 5, it's Cameron Mathlin of South City. That's another Grenadian team, as we saw earlier on. In lane 6 is Makele Nathaniel of Simplex. In lane Makele, right? Mikhail Nathaniel of Simplex. In lane 7 is Kyle Grant of Concord. And in lane 8, it's Tylan White of Mercury.
We saw Aaron Ragman in the 400 meters earlier today. So I'm thinking he may have a slight edge, but being in lane 1, he may have a disadvantage for this 200 meters. let's see if his strength can carry him through to a qualifying spot.
And they're off. Pretty good start. I see athlete slowed down, but he's just picked back up the pace. But who's it going to be? I see an athlete in lane 2. That's Gill of Burnley, powering down the field. And he's being challenged on the outside by White. 22.79 unofficially there for Nickel Gill of Burnley.
Nickel was also a participant in the earlier this afternoon, and he met the boys under 17 400 meters. I am not sure what is happening with these athletes with these stop. It's a 200.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure coaches, I don't think your coach taught you to do that. Unless it's a situation where they were expecting to hear a false start.
So that's a huge disadvantage for what he just did there. That's top.
The athlete from South City.
Oh.
Yeah, he had a phenomenal finish. Imagine if he didn't stop or at least pause during the first part of this race. He would have set himself up a lot better for a finishing kick. But unless you hear the second gun go off, do not stop.
Yeah. So on the line is heat 3. James in 1, Blackman in 2, Pope in 3, Miller 4, Ferguson 5, Thomas 6, Marisho 7, and Manswell in 8.
We see a lot of athletes actually doubling up from the 400 earlier today to come and run the preliminaries in these 200s.
And they are off, and that's an even start there. Who's it going to be? Who's pulling away from the field?
Pretty stagnant.
On the outside, it's Marishaw of Burnley, but he's being challenged by Thomas of South City. South City. So that's Josh Thomas of South City with the win. 22.77 unofficially, broken down to 22.79. And Morrison with 23.02. Was a really even start there.
Mm-hmm. Athlete from South City had an even start, a very good start, and he positioned himself just right. Effective running off the turn. Decent mechanics coming home. Good arms. And he is breathing and powering his way past his competitors to get the win in this heat.
We're stopping the clock at 22.77. So that was heat 3. Heat 3 of 5.
Athletes are already on track for heat number 4. For your in lane 1, we're supposed to have a LeBron Granger from South City. In lane 2, Aaron Baird from Athletics. In lane 3, it's David Bernard from Simplex. In lane 4, it's Tashawn Hamlet from FAD. In lane 5, it's Kadeen Herbert from Memphis. Taekwon John is in lane 6 from Burnley. Alex Sipasad in lane 7 from Phoenix Athletics. And in lane 8, it's Elijah Gibson from Mountain Eagles. Alex Sipasad, another one of those athletes who are doubling today. But you expect to see qualifiers coming from the middle of the field. And And I noticed there's no one in 5 and no one in 1. So we just have 5 athletes competing in this heat. Pretty even stagger with 150 to go. And it's the athlete from Burnley, Taekwon John, taking that lead, followed by the athlete from Simplex, Kamari Diaz. And clock stops at 22:52. With
Not
Aidan
bad
Davidson. Looking to see what time.
6-4.
Looks like 22:64 for Aidan. Aidan did not have the best start, but he definitely made up for it for the rest of the race. Caught the athlete on his outside, Kamari David from Simplex. Oh, I'm sorry, that's Elijah Gibson from Mountain Eagles on the outside in second place, and the athlete from Simplex, which is David Bernard, who is on the inside in lane 3 in third.
Taekwon John looked really well there. Very comfortable run there for him. We move on to heat 5 of 5. In lane 2 is Jalen Jones of Simplex. In lane 3 is Isaiah Cato of Zenith Athletics. In lane 4 is Axel Johnson of Point Fortin New Jets. In lane 5 is Kanik Nixon of Fusion Athletics. In lane 6 is Aidan Davidson of Burnley. In lane 7 is Kamari Diaz of Simplex. And in lane 8 is Jaden Percival of QRC Athletic Club. There's no athlete in lane 3, so that's no Isaiah Cato.
And they're off.
And they are up and running. Now passing the 150-meter mark, and in the middle of the field, blazing. That is Nixon of Fusion Athletics powering down the field, and he's being challenged by Diaz of Simplex. But it's going to be Nixon of Fusion Athletics with an exceptional run there. That's away the time. At 23.01 and 23.05 for Diaz. So that's Nixon and Diaz.
Now it's your 5th and final heat for the boys under 17, and now the girls under 20 are on the track. We watch the replay for this 5th and final heat. Both Nixon and Diaz run a superb turn.
Very high knees there.
Very good mechanics from
Yes.
Nixon. But Diaz has that closing speed.
Yeah, you can see he's pumping and blowing like a steam train coming down.
Now, if he gets his start together and actually has a better first part of the race,
Yes.
he will be able to catch
Oh, yeah.
Nixon and probably give him an even better run for his money. But the ladies' first heat of the girls under 20 is on the track. They are chasing a world junior standard of 24:35. Under starters orders, in lane 1 we have Shania Paul, no athlete in lane 2, Tara Simmons in Lee in lane 3, Khadijah Lee of Genesis in lane 4, Shante Augustine of MVP Inc. in lane 5, Natalia Joseph of Stallion in lane 6, Deja Acosta of FAD in 7, and Carice Cielto of Dabity in lane 8. Clean start for the entire field. And it's the athlete from MVP Inc., Augustine, taking the early lead. But she is being challenged by the athlete from Stallion, and that's Joseph, and the athlete Acosta. It looks like the athlete Acosta in lane 7 was your winner. We await the times.
So Grenadian athletes are running really well here. As you could see, a really good start there for
Augustine, yeah.
Augustine.
And also Acosta was running very well on the outside. And at this stage, Augustine had a slight lead. But Acosta's strength came through at the end. And you see her powering away. Very, very close. Okay.
So we move on to heat 2 of 3. In lane 1 is Gayadeen of Memphis. In lane 2 is Chase of Faizabad. In lane 3 it's Thomas of Memphis. In lane 4 is Second of Fad. In lane 5 is Blades of Abilene Wildcats. In 6 is Gomes of IG Fast Lane. In lane 7 is Paul of Point Fortin New Jets. And in lane 8 is Rodriguez of Stallion. And they are up and running. In the center of the field is the athlete of Abilene Wildcats. But right next to her is Second of Fad. But taking over the field is Gomes of IG Fast Lane, and she is pulling and powering away. And she is right behind her is Rodriguez. It's Paul, sorry, of Point Fortin New Jets. So that was a really good run there by Gomes of IG Fast Lane. We saw Gomes in the 100-meter earlier running a really good race. We await the times. So that's Gomes representing the IG Fast Lane.
As we watch the replay of Heat 2 of 3 preliminaries, you watch Gomes of IG Fast Lane powering. She's running in a very efficient turn, no extra movements, no wasted effort, no energy. Very good transition of the turn. Very good mechanics. You want everything moving forward to give you that momentum to keep going. And she starts to pull away from the rest of the field, and it's Diamond Paul from Point Fortin New Jets gritting her teeth, making sure she's in that second position. But it's the top 4 in each sheet that qualify to the next rounds.
We're on to heat 3. The girls under 20 200 meter dash. In lane 1 is Tobias of Burnley. In lane 2 is Lewis of Genesis. In lane 3 is Charles of Tranquility. In lane 4, Melville of IG Fast Lane. In lane 5, Houston of South City. In lane 6, the Kutu of 473 MVP. In lane 7 is Balchan, and in lane 8 is Shepherd. And they are off and running. In the center of the field,
Houston from South City making short work of this field right now.
and in second position looks like
Melville from Fast Lane.
yes.
But it looks like the Kotu from MVP Inc. slipping in for that second place.
So we're now moving on to the boys under 20 200-meter dash. We get the instant replay now. As we see the athlete of South City, Houston, pulling away from the field very early. Very good.
She definitely is the most efficient athlete from the field.
Oh, yes. Very good stride. Arms are pumping.
And I'm surprised that the athletes who are in second and third from the position where they were to where they finished.
Yeah.
And this is 50 meters to go, so you know the kind of strength it requires to do these kind of performances.
Oh, yes.
This is the first heat of the boys under 20 200-meter dash at the NGC Entry A Junior and Senior Championships 2024. These young men are facing a qualifying standard of 21:35. Very steep standard indeed, but I know a lot of them are up to the challenge. Let's see at the first heat. We have Jaden James in lane 2 from the Abilene Wildcats. Cadell Coffey from Siparia Athletics is in lane 2. Kareem Gibson from Mountain Eagles is in lane 3. Tyree Dimsoy from Faizabad is in lane 5. Tygon Peterkin from MVP Inc. is in lane 6. Michaela Bayer from Simplex in lane 7. And Jaden Phillips from Zenith in 8. A lot of athletes actually missing from this heat, so we have no Bayer and no Peterkin. Five athletes, and they're off, and it's a false start.
That's the first false start in the 200-meter heats thus far. Everything seemed to be going really smooth.
We tried not to jinx.
Yeah. There's so much trouble happening in the 100-meter with regards to that starter. And a lot of athletes already started doing their protest. As we could see some of them coming up here to see some replays.
Inquire for footage.
Yeah.
But it looked like the athlete under scrutiny might be Dimsoy.
Seems like everything is...
I am not seeing.
Dimsoy is gone?
No, Dimsoy is not gone. It's Jaden Phillip in lane 8 from Zenith Athletics, who was the identified as the false starter in this event, in this heat.
Right.
So we are operating with 4 athletes now.
Another false start. I did hear the announcer said stand up.
So this time it may be a warning, but we will see. But the athlete is under the impression that he did false start. So with the officials' decision.
Oh.
No, but the gun went.
The gun went off.
I swear I heard the gun went off. It
That's
is
the
lane 2. And
athletes
we're
of
down to
Abilene.
3. Now these boys under 20 require the top 2 in each heat and the next 6 best times to qualify into the semi-final round. Clean start. Finally off.
Excellent start by Dimsoy of Faizabad out there in lane 5. And he's holding his lead. But he's being challenged by Gibson. Gibson is pulling away. Gibson of Mountain Eagles is blazing to the track at 22.55 unofficially. That's Kareem Gibson of Mountain Eagles. So only 3 of these athletes got to compete in this first prelim, this first heat. The athletes looking pretty effective coming around the bend. And there's Gibson actually making his pull. He's pulling away from Dimsoy with his long strides and pumping and powering his way to the finish line. So that was Gibson in first, Dimsoy second, and Coffee in third.
As we see the lineup for the second heat of these boys under 20 preliminaries. In lane 1, we have Alessandro Govia of Eastern Flyers. Nicholas Bob, Cougars in lane 2, Adrian Bailey. Unattached in lane 3, Josiah Peters, Burnley in lane 4. Samuel Green, Fusion Athletics lane 5. Ethan Sam, MVP Inc. in lane 6. Noel Jordan, IG Fast lane in 7, and Caleb Prince in lane 8. And they're off. Even stagger so far. 150 to go. And it's the athlete from IG Fast lane, followed by Fusion Athletics. And it's the athlete from Fusion Athletics with the lead. Jordan, ID Fast lane, and followed by Sam of MVP Inc. But your top 2 qualifiers from this heat looks like Samuel Green and Noel Jordan.
So we're moving on to heat 3 of 5. The boys under 20 200-meter dash. In lane 1 is Thompson of Abilene Wildcats. In lane 2, John of Burnley. In lane 3, Flanders of Faizabad. In lane 4, Yeloy of Phoenix Athletics. In lane 5, St. John is running unattached. In lane 6 is Boris of Mercury. In lane 7 is Perry of Memphis. And in lane 8 is Guevara from ZC Athletics. This seems to be a full field. I'm keeping our fingers crossed. We don't want to see any false starts and athletes.
Which has been a running theme,
Yes.
for these championships thus far. And it's only day 1.
Yeah, right. Athletes getting that red card. So there's no athlete in lane 3. So that would have been Flanders of Faizabad.
been given the instructions to stand up by the officials. Doesn't seem to be any athletes being disqualified. Probably just a warning to the field. But everybody is back under status orders. On paper, we're probably looking at Jeremiah St. John.
And they're off. Blazing start. That's Yeloy with a blazing start. And he's being challenged by the athlete Perry of Memphis. Memphis has taken that lead. Easy and comfortable there for Joshua Perry of Memphis, taking the lead over Jaron Lee Yeloy of Phoenix Athletics.
$21.91, very fast indeed. Not quite the world junior standard, but
the fastest time
fastest
so far.
time thus far, yeah. See them, this is the start of this previous heat.
As you
And
can
you
see in the
Eloy
center,
doing
yeah.
very good and as far as transitioning off the turn is concerned. You do not want to lose any speed when you're coming around the turn. This part of the turn is very important from the way you set up the last part of your race. So you don't want to be doing too much work. And then like we see the athlete from Memphis Pioneers, Mr.
That's Perry.
Joshua Perry, saving all his energy for the last part of the race. Athletes don't realize the outer lanes are actually the preferred lanes when it comes to the 200 now.
Oh, yeah.
So you don't want to be too much on the inside. So Perry actually had an advantage there. He didn't need to put extended effort
yes,
to
most
come off the
definitely.
turn. So he had enough energy and enough speed to come home the way he did.
We head to Heat 4. In lane 1 is Williams of Zenith. Lane 2 is Sylvester of Simplex. In lane 3 is Charles of Point Fortin New Jets. In lane 4 is Divatai. He's running unattached. Lane 5 is Wickham of Stallion. In lane 6, Ferguson of 473. Lane 7 is Farrell of Simplex. And in lane 8 is Grant of Memphis.
You're probably looking at lane 6, 7, and 8 to be the ones to watch in this heat, just the fact that they're outside on those preferred lanes.
And they're up and running. Coming round the field, it's Farrell of Simplex. But he's been challenged by the athlete of Grenada, MVP. But that doesn't stop him. So it's Farrell, Jafari Farrell of Simplex, followed by Ferguson representing 473 MVP, a track team out of Grenada.
21.73, your winning time. This heat has been the fastest heat so far. We have one heat to go left in these boys under 2,200 meters. In lane 2 for this last and final heat, we have Jonathan Laldio from Stallion, followed by Kane Morris, Abilene Wildcat. Sydney Gibbs of MAP is in lane 4. Travon Stewart from Burnley is lane 5. Hakeem Chinapu from Simplex lane 6. Hakeem Salandi from IG Fast lane is in 7. And Marque Davis from Memphis in lane 8. Definitely one to watch in this race is lane 6, Hakeem Chinapu, brother of Kadeem Chinapu.
The Chinapu brothers.
Kadeem made a splash in Grenada this year,
Yeah.
calling the Jamaican soft.
Yes, yes.
But it was definitely all in good fun. I love moments like that when you have those.
Of course. I think
Those
track and
banter
field,
between the
track and
athletes,
field
yeah.
needs that.
Make things interesting. But all eyes will be on Hakeem in lane 6. He's definitely the one to watch. But also Travon Stewart from Burnley and Hakeem Salandi from IG Fast Lane. Clean start for this last and final heat. And we see Chinapu already taking the lead on this race. Easy. Just doing the bare minimum, looking around his shoulder. At Travon Stewart and Burnley. And those are the top 2 qualifiers from this heat.
So 21.79 unofficially there for Chinapu.
Rounded down to 21. 21.088. Wow, that's quick. That's very quick.
And he slowed down at the line.
If that time is legal, he will have achieved the World Junior Standard.
Yeah, really easy.
He is running so effortlessly around this turn. Minimum effort expended. Just enough to transition himself into first place. Travon Stewart is also doing the same. But there was an easy win for Chinapu and an easy qualification for Stewart in second place.
So we're moving on to the men 200-meter dash. So the Olympic standard for the 200 meter is 20.16. That's no easy time.
Boys have, these are no longer boys, these are men. So obviously the standard is going to be a lot higher. And I know we were discussing the standard and the world rankings and how it plays into qualification for a lot of countries that are not eligible for Diamond League type status, events and Diamond League type races where you get high quality athletes to compete against. So it makes that standard, makes achieving that standard very difficult for some of these athletes out here. In this first heat, we have Jaylee Roberts from UTT Patriots. Lane 3 is Cyrus Charles from Point Fortin New Jets. Lane 4 are Marley Garcia from Faizabad. Lane 5 is Joshua Raymond from Stallion. Lane 6 is Rice Boyson from Mountain Eagles. Jeremiah Dixon is in lane 7 from Concord, and in lane 8 is Malcolm Douglas from FAD.
When you look at this Olympic standard of 20.16, it means that in each of the 100 that they run, the athlete's supposed to be at least running 10.08
For each, yeah.
for each.
If you were to break it up, yes.
Yeah. So that is Some fast running is expected.
So I'm not seeing athlete. There's no athlete in lane 4, and lane 4 would have been Amali Garcia from Faizabad. Clean start.
Up and out. Looks like Dixon on the outside in lane 7. But in lane 3 is Cyrus Charles. But look at this athlete in lane 1. That's Roberts of UTA Patriots pulling away from the field for 21.68 unofficially.
Wow.
He came there very unexpected out of lane 1.
Lane 1, that is definitely what you call those sleeper lanes. You're really not looking for an athlete to come out of lane 1. But when you're running a race, you never underestimate any of your competitors either. So it was really unusual that he came out of lane 1 and did such a phenomenal job. But he actually definitely ran his own race. All eyes are usually on lane 5, 6, and the 7. But looking at the athlete, and he is one of the taller athletes, to be in that inside lane on that tight turn, he did it effortlessly to actually transition really well off the turn. And you see that good form that he has to come home and power his way to pass the rest of the field. And shutting down to some extent.
So a correction, that athlete was not Roberts of UTT Patriots. That was actually a Grenadian athlete. You don't have his name here, but for this first heat, there wasn't supposed to be an athlete in lane 1. Yep. So when we get the name of that athlete, we'll let you know. So we move on to heat 2 of 4. In lane 2 is Richardson of FAD. In lane 3 is Charles of Point Fortin New Jets. In lane 4 is Torres of Stallion. In lane 5 is Lewis of Concord. In lane 6 is Greer of Abilene Wildcats. In lane 7 is Gibbs of Concord. And in lane 8 is Sandy of Alpha Athletics. So the guy to watch is lane 6, Kyle Greer of Abilene Wildcats, also a national athlete, represented Trinidad and Tobago very well in past years.
Kyle is one of those athletes. He can also get veteran status now because this is not his first rodeo. He's done this before and he knows exactly what it takes to qualify to get to those Olympic Games.
And they're off. Blazing start there.
There you see Kyle making easy work of the first 100. Opening a huge margin on the field. But it's Kyle Greer shutting it down with the flash time of 20.93. Followed closely by Nikolai Lewis of the Concord Athletics in lane 5.
Could we say that Kyle is back? 20.93, that's certainly the fastest time so far. But
not quite Olympic qualification, but definitely impressive.
Yeah. He's no stranger to running against top world-class athletes. So as you can see his form here, he looks...
He needed a little bit... I think he needed to get a little bit more aggressive in the start. Right. But his mid part of the race was really effective. Coming off the turn and you see his form, looking at the perfect form, perfect knees, good mechanics.
Really good turnovers, it's upright, arms are pumping.
But then we go through the shutdown phase.
Yeah. Straight ahead as he looks at the time.
Followed by Nikolai Lewis and Jeremy Charles of Point Fortin New Jets. Your top 3 finishers. Your top, so the top 3 in each heat, and the next 4 times are the qualifiers. So those top 3 are your qualifiers into the semi-final round. In heat 3 of these 4 rounds, we see Moses McConney of Tobago Falcons is supposed to be in lane 1. David Sarant from the Trinidad and Tobago Defense Forces in 2. Joshua Williams of Concord Athletics in lane 3. Jelani Franklin of MVP Inc. in lane 4 out of Grenada. Danion Alexis of Point Fortin New Jets is in lane 5. Jahi Hernandez of Abilene Wildcats in lane 6. Sherlon King, unattached, in lane 7. And Zuriel Edwards of Point Fortin New Jets is in 8. And seeing Jahi Hernandez in lane 6 seems to be empty. Still, we're probably looking at Jelani Franklin, the one to watch in this heat. And they are off. Even turn as we see Williams making effort, quick work, and it's Alexis of Point Fortin New Jets. So it's Alexis, Williams, and it's difficult to see third from that angle, but those are your top 2 qualifiers thus far in this heat.
21.91 for Alexis, 22.40 for Williams, and 22.80 for King.
Sherlon King, unattached, was your 3rd place winner, 3rd place qualifier in this heat.
So definitely we saw the most dominant performance, and that was by Kyle Greer of Abilene Wildcats with his 20.83.
Watch that replay. The athlete who I was expecting to make an impact, which was Jelani Franklin, didn't have a good race as I was anticipating for him. But we see Williams and Alexis from New Jet actually doing really good work on the turn. And we see Sherlon King and Zuriel Edwards on the outside trying to battle for that 3rd and final qualifying spot from this heat.
So we're moving on to heat 4 of the men's 200-meter dash. Again, the Olympic Games standards for the 200-meter is 20.16. So in heat 4, in lane 1, we have Christoph Belgrove. So we have an athlete down on the track. And this would be Joshua Williams of Concord. I'm not sure what is the issue. The athletes getting ready in for the heat 4. They're up and running.
Point Fortin New Jet, that looks like Jabari Fox in lane 6. And getting challenged from Matthew Graham from the UTT Patriots. Those are your top 2 qualifiers in this heat.
21.
Looking for that 3rd place finisher. Flash time stopped at 21.81. But your winner from that first heat definitely looks like Jabari Fox. Okay. We were supposed to see the likes of Ravel Webster in this heat. But as we
Athlete
focus
out there in lane 4 looks really well. Really good form, knee lifts.
That's Matthew Graham from UTT Patriots. But we're looking at your winner, Jabari Fox. So it's Fox, followed by Graham, followed by Nelson for that third and final qualifying spot in this fourth and final preliminary heat.
So
I train in Austin, so the heat is just unreal. And so being here is a breath of fresh air and also a change in scenery. Makes it nicer, makes it more relaxed. And I can't tell you how much it is, how good it feels to eat some doubles. I've been having to slow down, but yeah, so it's nice. I mean, there's a lot of restrictions, but at the same time, I kind of know I have a good gauge of what to take and what not to take. Sometimes I don't even just go down that road. Like, I don't eat red meat because there could be so many steroids in a meat that I have no idea. So I try to stay away from that. And sometimes chicken, I just don't know. I mean, my agents also do a good job of, if I'm not sure of something, I will send them something, be like, what does this look like? What is this? And there's a manual, but at the same time, it's hard because you're kind of paranoid. You're just constantly like, oh, can I take that? Oh, no, I can't take that. Oh, my God. You feel like you're crazy. But yeah, it's a little complicated.
What do you make of the competition around? There's the young Jenny Gans who did quite well. Talking to her just yesterday, she mentioned your name as one looking forward to this duel, this competition. What are your thoughts on this young lady?
Oh my gosh, I think that she is a phenomenal athlete. I think the marks that she's hitting right now, she's a very developed athlete for her age, I would say. And so I'm looking forward to her future. I think she's going to go to a good school, a good team, good people around her that are going to help nurture her like holistically. And that's the most important part. And not just treat her as an athlete, but as a human. And I think that's the kind of care that she's been getting here with Wendell. And so I think she is going to be... I think Trinidad is getting a new star. So, so it's going to be exciting.
What advice would you give not only to her but to young athletes who are trying to follow in your footsteps?
There's so many things. But I think the biggest thing is honesty. I think it's so easy to get caught up in what we want and not where we are. Sometimes you need to take a step back and accept where you are in your training, accept maybe I'm not as far on as I thought, maybe I'm not hitting the marks that I thought, and only with that honesty and acceptance will you be able to move forward. Because sometimes you're working in circles and you're thinking the program is working for you because you want it to work. Intentions isn't always the best. I mean, you could intend for something to happen, but that's not really what's going on. And so it's just being honest, because, I mean, I don't see another way to grow, like really truly grow. I don't think there's another way to do that without being honest with yourself first.
Thank you so much.
With a time of 48.39 seconds. Those are your qualifiers for the boys under 20 400 meter dash. For the women in the 400 meter dash finals, results are as follows. In lane 2, you will see Natasha Kishal Pantin from Week with a qualifying time of 1.03 seconds. Jelania Sylvester from Pfizerbad Athletics with a time of 101 seconds flat. Rayan Seville with a Rayan Seville of Memphis Pioneers with a qualifying time of 54.23 seconds. Natasha Fox, Point Fortin New Jets, qualifying time 54.48 seconds. Angel Cumberbatch, Stallion Athletics, 57.20 seconds. Faith Sylvan, St. Augustine Academy, 59.98 seconds. And Sarah Gillian, 1 a week, 102 seconds, 1 minute, 0.02 seconds. Now these are the women's 400 meter dash. They did not participate in any semi-final, any heat, because based on their number of athletes, they had gone to a straight final. As we see the athletes taking their positions in for the first 800 meter run.
So the lane assignment, Joseph, 1, Tiger Athletics. In 2 is Bailey of Tobago Falcons. In 3 is James of Zenith Athletics. In 4 is Frank of Memphis Pioneers. In 5 is Peters of Burnley. In 6 is Alexander of RJRT. In 7 is Williams of QRC Athletics. And in lane 8, Herbert of Burnley. So this is the first heat of the boys under 17 800 meter run. The top 3 of each heat plus the next 3 best times will advance. The athletes take their mark and they are off. Making an early lead is Zachary Frank of Memphis. As they break away into lane 1, it's Frank of Memphis, and in second, it's Williams of QRC, followed by Peters of Burnley. So it's pretty close to tell right now. It's 2 laps around the track. And Frank is holding on, followed by our QRC athlete and our Burnley athlete. 1 lap to go, and this is where some athletes would pick up the pace. And that's exactly what we're seeing here with the QRC athlete. He's making his move. That's Luke Williams in the lead right now. And Frank, so it's between Frank and Williams. Burnley in third. They come to the final 200 meter mark. And this is where we're going to see some action. Here comes Frank. Frank by Williams. Frank looks back and he's going. This is his final 100 with not much of a challenge. The challenge seemed to be for the second place position. And that's the Burnley athlete Peters. But Frank takes it for Memphis Pioneers. Trying to get the athlete on his second position. So that was heat 1. You see the time of Frank, 2 minutes, 5 seconds, 5.58. Alexander. So Alexander would have been RJRT. That was Jaden Alexander coming in second place. on the field. We saw this is a replay of the 800 meter. And there you see Frank coming in very easy. Not much of a challenge for him at all. And that athlete, Alexander, sneaking up behind the QRC and Burnley athlete for his second place. So we head to Heat 2 of the 3 prelims of the boys under 17 800 meter run. In lane 1 is Tion Monroe of Zenith Athletics. In lane 2 is Zaid Hamid of RJRT. In lane 3 is Asias Liet of One a Week. In lane 4 is Adriel Mitchell of Fusion Athletics. In lane 5 is Darian Whiteman of RSS Phoenix. In lane 6 is Isaiah Alder of Cougars. In lane 7 is Armani Dillon of Burnley. And in lane 8 is Joshua Sandy of Abilene Wildcats.
Isaiah Alder is the previous winner of the 3,000 meters earlier tonight. And he is doubling up in this 800 meters now. Interesting to see how he will fare.
So
definitely has the lungs, but speed is required for this 800 now.
most definitely. I think that's Adriel Mitchell in the lead of Fusion Athletics. And he is next to Darian Whiteman of RSS Phoenix. So that's 1-2, Mitchell and Whiteman. The young Isaiah Alder, who won the 3,000, is there. He's in 3rd position right now, and he's picking up the stagger. But right now, the race is between Whiteman and Mitchell. So it's Fusion Athletics and RSS Phoenix. They come to the final 200-meter mark, and they're picking up the pace right now. Who is it going to be? 150-meter mark. It's Mitchell pulling away from Whiteman. Mitchell is holding his lead. Seems to be going to be an easy win for Mitchell of Fusion Athletics, followed by Whiteman and Isaiah Alder of Cougars in 3rd. Not bad for somebody who just ran a 3,000 meter.
And he did exactly what he needed to do. He just needed to qualify.
Yes.
Onward till tomorrow. But that's a tough double to do. It's not. If you're running 3,000, you'd expect to run a 1,500, not an 800. So that's a really tough double for him to do. And in such a I think it was less than an hour ago that. So the recovery time is very short too. So it's very, very commendable of him to try and attempt that kind of a double.
Yeah. They call it an 800-meter run, but it's almost like a sprint for some athletes. Some athletes really blaze around the 800-meter. So we move on to Heat 3. In lane 1, we have Jeremiah Stewart of Burnley. In lane 2 is Kimali Roberts of Zenith Athletics. In lane 3 is Elijah Mitchell of Abilene Wildcats. In lane 4 is Brian Scott of Burnley. In lane 5 is Aiden Marshall of One a Week. In lane 6 is Justin Cadet of Phoenix Athletics. In lane 7 is Emmanuel Herbert of Burnley. And in lane 8 is Zaya Stewart of RSS Phoenix. Lane 6 there, that's Justin Cadet representing the Phoenix Athletics Club. And that's lane 5. That's Aiden Marshall of 1 a week. There's no athlete in lane 3, so that's Elijah Mitchell of Abilene Wildcats will not be competing. So that's Brian Scott we're looking at in lane 4. New Zenit athlete Kimali Roberts in lane 2. And they're off. Taking an early lead is the athlete representing Burnley. That's Brian Scott out in lane 4. There's 3 Burnley athletes in this one.
Yep, this heat is laden with Burnley athletes. I think the lead Burnley athlete, I think, is Herbert Emmanuel. And he's being challenged by Alden Marshall from 1 a week. Marshall now taking the lead, heading up to the bell lap.
Marshall looks really comfortable as he just completed his first bend there. He's coming up to the final 300-meter mark. And he has at least about 10 meters lead. Coming on to the final 200, not much of a challenge there for Marshall of 1 a week. Here he comes, Marshall, followed by the Burnley athlete.
And he's getting that challenge back from him.
Oh, he's...
Burnley and Herbert has kicked in a very big way to regain his lead and win in a time of 2:01 in a flash time.
No camaraderie there.
Almost makes you think that the 1 a week athlete misjudged his ability to kick and hold his position when he did so.
Yeah.
Underestimating his competition.
Kicked a bit too early out, so he didn't have enough to
hold on.
To actually compete, to fight for his spot.
Yeah.
So we're moving on to the final events. This will be the boys under 20 800-meter run. There are only 2 heats in these preliminary rounds.
As you watch the replay,
very comfortable.
Very comfortable win. And race is underway. The boys under 20, 200 meters. We have Shane Besson, Trailblazers, Emmanuel James, Mason Hall, Cornell Pierre of MVP Inc., Tyreek Springer of Memphis, Omari George of Dabity, Antoine Blackett of Fusion Athletics, Caleb John of Point Fortin New Jets, Hakeem Kerr of RSX Phoenix, and Jaimon Manspring of One a Week. Your early leader is Tyreek Springer of Memphis Pioneers. And now it's Antoine Blackett of Fusion Athletics taking the lead. That looks like Omari George of Dabdi Athletics getting into the second spot. But it's still Antoine Blackett, your leader, with at 700 meters.
Coming up to the final 200-meter mark. This one is going to be close.
Blackett from Fusion, followed by Omari George from Dabadi Athletics.
Here's an athlete of Grenada, MVP, fighting for that third spot.
That's Pierre of MVP Inc. in third. Watching the last 100 meters of this first heat in the 800 meters boys under 20. Antoine Blackett of Fusion Athletics, comfortable and easy win. Omari George, Dabadi Athletics. And your third place, Cornell Pierre of MVP Inc. Those are your, oh, it's top four. And it is, that looks like Hakeem Kerr of RSX Phoenix, your fourth qualifier from this first heat. Second heat. Final event of the evening is boys at 20, 800 meters. Lane 1, Nelson Rivas of One a Week. Shani St. Hilaire of FAD. Micaiah Mahon of One a Week. Jaffa Woodley of Memphis. Kyle Reed of Tobago Select. Omari Thompson of One a Week. Ryan Joseph of Cougars, Armani Kashi of Memphis, and in your ninth competitor in this race supposed to be Aidan Joseph of One a Week.
And they're off. So in the lead right now is the athlete of Memphis Pioneers, that's Woodley. So that's Woodley of Memphis in the lead. He's being trailed by Thompson and Mahan of 1 a week as they come up to the final 300-meter mark. Woodley is holding his lead right now. Looking really comfortable as he comes to the 200-meter mark, and he's being challenged by the athlete of 1 a week. This might be a war for the finish as they approach the final 100. It's Woodley not giving up his position that easily. He's looking really comfortable coming home, looking to his right. And here he comes, pulling away. That's the Memphis athlete, Jafar Woodley. And he was followed by the 1 a week athlete for second position. We await the times. It's the final athlete finishing there, representing 1 a week. So the first position is Woodley. So that was the final event. This is day 1, the preliminary rounds of the NGC Entry ATT National Junior and Senior Championships. Right here at the Hazley Crawford Stadium. It was a pleasure being here with you. I'm Javon Brown. I was alongside my lovely co-host, Ayana Hutchinson Britton. We had a very eventful day. Today we saw some veteran athletes and we saw our national athletes here competing in the preliminary rounds as well. So hand you over to Ayana to just give you her final remarks.
Yeah, it was an exciting first day. Definitely filled with a little bit of drama with all those false starts earlier today. But it was exciting to see our veteran athletes come back out to make their attempt to go to Paris 2024 for the Olympics. We saw the likes of Rennie Kwao. We saw Kyle Grow in the 200. We saw Darrell Brown step back on the track after many years. And it bodes well to see that excitement leading up for tomorrow. Definitely looking forward to see Jereme Richards in those 400 meters as well. And the women were definitely no slouches. We saw some fantastic times. Looking forward to seeing the women step out onto the track tomorrow because they only had semifinals carded for them. And we'll see a lot more action, pace, heat, and speed tomorrow at the Hazley Crawford Stadium. Hope to see you guys there.
Right, so we see you all tomorrow. I'm Javon Brown. Thank you for watching. Good night.